And we are on the internet. Welcome, everybody, to the Grey Swan Guild Day of the Swan, the second anniversary of the Grey Swan Guild, which the co-founders, Andrea Cates, Rob Tyree, Sean Moffat, began on a couple of phone calls back in March 2020. We are on the internet. Welcome, everybody, to the Grey... And we will get rid of the lag. So sorry about that. So we're in March 2020, and both Sean and I were thinking about the world and what was going on. Sean wrote an essay that was the first broad scope look to the future and look back to the past about major pandemics, major economic events, how there were repeating patterns. And it was the first broad scope article I'd read. I read a lot of narrow scope articles. I was reading the South China Morning Post every morning to get a view of what was going on in the first few hundred cases, because it was a novel coronavirus, and that's always unusual. And the case counts were going up exponentially. So that caught my attention in January. And then by March, on the eve of the declaration of pandemic by the World Health Organization, things were serious, and things needed to be made sense of. And as I was reading that, and I know Sean from Toronto and networking and business areas, I read the article. So I messaged him and I said, hey, let's get together and write something about this. I want to take your article and tune it for the insurance industry and other things. And then that was the seed that started all this. Sean?
Yeah, wow. In some respects, I go back to some of those early notes that we exchanged back and forth, and it feels a little bit like 20 years ago and a little bit like 4 months ago. I'm betwixt and between on that, but I love this day. This is, we have many big days in the Guild, but this is truly our Masters, our Olympics, or whatever thing you want to ascribe it to. And I think, as I think about all the great stuff that we're going to do over the next 24 hours, I think this day for me represents three things. One, kind of a celebration. We should have a birthday cake or something, Rob, but like something with 2 candles on it. It's our second year. It started with a crazy group of people that thought we could make a difference and try to understand the world a little bit better. And I think it's become bigger, obviously, in terms of number of members and things that we do. And so it's a real celebration. I think it's thanks. You're just talking about Agustin. I see Louise. I see a whole bunch of people, both people that I've known for 2 years in the Guild throughout this crazy thing called COVID, and people that I've just known as of last week. And I think my hope is we get a whole bunch of new people in. This tends to be the day that we bring the most people into the Guild. So my hope is we see some new voices. And then finally, the journey continues, right, Rob? It's funny how COVID goes off the front page, but if it's not COVID, we're thinking about Russia or Ukraine. And I know we're going to go into a news hour and explore some of these subjects, but the need to make sense of the world and the next Grey Swans continues. So I'm looking forward to these 24 hours of coverage.
When we do at the Guild, the main core purpose is to be a think tank and a do tank, to do sense making and futures thinking together. We explore new areas that emerge. Many of us that are involved in the Guild have day jobs, and we do something quite different. In my instance, I am a professional advisor and consultant to the software industry. I specialize in insurance and banking and doing great big deployments of business software, sales software, marketing software for industry, and mostly in the US. Although I live in Toronto, 99% of my time is focused on major brands in the US. And when you narrow like that, when you find yourself in the pipes of a Guidewire deployment for 3,000 underwriters in Columbus, Ohio, you get kind of in a box like this. And as I progressed through my career as an independent business, I take the time to take stock. And one of the things that I've enjoyed from being in the Guild is taking a step back, learning from people like Louise and Lauren about new ways of thinking, new ways of leading. And then one of my missions is to write more. I like to write. I'm not a very good writer, as I see, but I have very good editors. And it gives me a chance to write about things that are outside my normal day. So rather than just read a magazine or read The Economist, I drill into things. Why are you in the Guild, Sean?
Ooh, I thought you were going to go down the road, so I'm going to use the thing that you usually say. It's a great experimental ground, right? I'm an innovator and change agent by trade, and so certain things that I've thought, you know what, I'd love to do that, but maybe I'll do it within kind of the guild sphere, and where we have this culture of experimentation. So even when it goes wrong, I'll freely admit our Gray Swan Jeopardy over Christmas, not the best event I've ever done. But there have been other things that have been magic that I've now reapplied to the rest of my life and work. I just find, you know, what I can't think of another great, more noble kind of excuse to get together with people around the world that, although we all think differently, we all have come together for the common mission of kind of learning from each other, pulling on the collaborative rope together, and building something really, really interesting and new. So yeah, that's how I see the Guild in my life.
I'm going to roll around the room a little bit to talk about that, because you've all been involved in different ways, or some of us have been involved in different ways. So Louise and Lauren, you're early on in. You've already had developed another kind of think tank, and Louise, always interested in your practice and why you're in the Guild. But first, I know off over to Augustine. You were one of the first person that came in, and you're always pushing us for new media. And you're one of the founders of our insertion into Clubhouse. You taught me how to say, "I'm Rob, I'm done."
So I want to stay in touch with what Sean said, that it feels like it's been like 20 years, and you look back and it's like only just a couple of it, and we have been this journey. I mean, you guys started probably around this time 2 years ago, and around September, October, Sean onboarded me through the sense making core team, and I started there, and I started seeing all the things that Gray Swan Guild were putting out, and so I start getting really involved and dive deep into the core foundation of it, right? And so we have done so many things that you will have to excuse me that a few are going to be out, because we have news wraps, we have ateliers, we have sessions, we have craft making, we have, I don't know, we have so many venues, ventures. Now with Cygnus that Sean is launching, we have a lot of interested people around the world. We have collaborators, and it's been like a really joy. And you always said it's like a sense of belonging, right? I think that the guild put us like together, like with a sense of belonging. So we certainly have explored and served many futures, and we are there constructing them all along together. That's the real magic of the guild, that people from so many backgrounds and differences and countries and languages and cultures coming up like together with like there's no judgment, there's no nothing. We just like go through and put ourselves up, and we work and we collaborate. And I always feel really blessed with having part of the rap and the editions. I'm kind of a guy that likes to edit text, photo, video, whatever. So I always thought that I fit there, and I did my best, and I had amazing conversations and time with people. So thanks for having me here today. I will be in the back, at the back end, and the backup during the whole 24 hours. So I'm here. Anyone wants to connect, happy to.
Thanks, Augustine. That's a good point as well. Thank you for all your efforts. And if you want to connect with people as you see them, put your contact information in the chat. We'll all be doing that. You can always go to Gray Swan Guild, our website. The live things that happen every day on the Guild happen on our LinkedIn page. If you find us, just search for Gray Swan Guild. We're pretty much labeled everywhere, but the LinkedIn page is where things happen weekly, and we invite people to events like this. Louise, why are you in the Guild? On mute. You're on mute, of course.
Okay, Rob, what did you say about that 10 cents? I think we're going to make you a wealthy man today.
Well, I'm just going to keep it. It's the funds. It's the funds to spend on video. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gosh, I stumbled across the Guild's post, just started showing up in my LinkedIn feed. I'm not entirely sure why. Either LinkedIn has got a great algorithm going on and figured that it's stuff that I'm really interested in, or somebody put me onto it, I forget. But once I realized that the Guild was a collection of big thinkers, deep thinkers, different thinkers, and people who were looking at the world in a way that, you know, often I looked at it, it just felt like a home from home. And, you know, I often look back at 2 years of pandemic and think, you know, if there was one brilliant thing that came out of it for me, it was finding you guys in the Guild. And it's just been a constant companion ever since. And yeah, really happy to contribute. But more importantly, I learn constantly from everybody. And that for me is probably the most fun I can have in a day. So yeah, of course, have my day job, do my usual stuff, but feel massively more informed and lots of provocative insights. It's deepened my understanding of the things that I'm interested in anyway, things like futures thinking and complexity. And I've met some extraordinary people. And I'm actually doing some business with some extraordinary people as a result. You know, it was never the aim or the purpose, but it sort of evolved that way. And yeah, all good stuff. So long may it continue.
Thank you, Louise. I know when you did your first session, we did this big atelier and you did it on resilience. It still should be a book. It was just fantastically done. And I know you're doing a session later on today. What are we talking about today?
Yeah, I'm talking about the power of collective wisdom. I mean, probably in the true spirit of the Guild itself. And yeah, looking forward to that. And also kind of throw some other stuff in there, like what does the future of leadership look like? And what does it mean to be future fit? You know, what are our mental models and who are we anyway? You know, that kind of stuff. So hopefully everyone will join me for a bit of an exploration, and that's what it's designed for.
Awesome. Augustine, could you put up the schedule in the chat? There's a link on Medium to the data at a glance that's got the times of things. And Lauren, why are you in the Guild? Remind me.
Well, first I met Sean. I was just so impressed. Sean is just very impressive and so generous with his time and intelligence and wisdom, and just so nice as well. So yeah, I was lured in by Sean somehow, and then I met Rob. And Rob and I hit it off right away. And I've just been so happy to meet everyone. And I had another think tank, collective intelligence think tank called Kiko Lab. But I was always just so admiring the way that Gray Swan builds things and the kind of self-organizing principles. I wish I had met Rob earlier. Yeah, so that's what I really love around here, and I've just learned so much from the people I've met so far. So I look forward to a brilliant future with you all.
Thank you, Lauren. When I met Lauren, one of the reasons we're on one of the sessions, and I saw she was based in Paris. I love Paris. I love France. And I heard her speak, and I wanted to talk to her because I wanted a connection there. And then, like she said, we hit it off right away. And then one of the things that's very true, what I know about Lauren is she's a human that I know that thinks.
I am a human.
Sometimes I'm not sure because Lauren, when she's thinking and processing, is a person that thinks most like a deep learning algorithm that I know. When I talk to Lauren and we process something in the world or a psychological aspect, Jose, she thinks like an algorithm. And she's not a computer scientist, but she's got lots of psychology behind her and lots of neuroscience behind her in her mission and education. But I'm fascinated the way she thinks, which is why we have this great sort of connection. And today you're also doing a session, which is a great session. What are we talking about today, Lauren? Later
We're
on,
talking about assholes, Rob. And I have so much to teach you.
Like Sean said, and like I say, the guild is my lab, and I tell people I experiment all the time, and I find myself experimented on by this wonderful human-like algorithm that might exist, Lauren. So Jose, your job is to do the Turing test.
Okay, I'll attend the talk and I'll see what I can do.
Okay, so we're gonna slide into the next thing. Thank you everyone for sharing. I'm looking at Hannah Lee and I'm remembering how we met last year at the Day of the Swan. And what was the question?
Question was, who are you?
So just our favorite Jonathan Power did a session and we went to a breakout room in Paris and we were just one-on-one, and the whole approach was just to ask the other person the question, who are you? And the respondent had to respond what they were, but the person on the other side just asked again, who are you? And when you get asked, who are you? And you go through a little loop where you process and then you predict the next thing you'll say about who are you. It's fascinating how much you can learn about someone so quickly that you're connected forever, right, Hannah Lee?
Most definitely, I still feel it in all my cells. It's alive still today, that experience we had. So it's really special. Thank you, Sean. Sean and you, Rob, for starting all of this.
It's wonderful to have you again, and I look forward to it. So thank you again, all. We would full loop around the sun, back to that room with Hannah Lee, and I'm going to tell you who are we. We are the Grey Swan Guild. I am Rob Tyree, Robert Vincent Tyree, born in Montreal. Find myself living in Ottawa and then in Toronto and working in the US of A. And I'm with Sean, co-founder of the Guild. So to reset the room, we're talking about a number of sessions today. We've got 24 hours of live sessions. We've got people from around the world. We've got people that were based in Oslo, in South America. We're covering the US, Canada. We're into Europe this session. We're going to kick off with some news. As we do, we're very fond of processing the news. It's part of sense making. Before I started in the Guild, I did not know what sense making was. I did not know what Kinefin was. I was taught that by Andrea Cates. And I find myself illuminated by this aspect of before you come to an answer, before you rush to a solution, we should stop and think about what the questions are. Who are you? Why are you? What are you? Where are you? And think about that before we jump to a conclusion about what's bad in the world, what's good in the world. We have a theme and a pattern that I learned from Sean, that everything that we start in the Guild, we start with good news. And when we push it hard, we start with great news. So Sean, should we start the news?
I love it. The interesting thing is there's oftentimes we look at this and we go, wow, there's so much negativity out there. It's like tough to break through the clouds with our positive ray of sunshine. Did you have like an immediate piece of good news that you're looking at? I'm wading through all of my news going, which part of this is positive?
So the one I picked off last night when I was going through the cycle is that there's something called the loop. And in this aspiration where gas is expensive, there's still people that are doing the loop in the USA and Canada, and it is the longest loop you can do, a simple loop that you can do in a boat. It starts on the intercoastal somewhere in North Carolina. It goes down the coast of the USA, down around Florida, and then up into the Gulf, and then up the Mississippi into Tennessee, where you are, Chuck. And it's this fabulous way of going through a slow tour of the US. It takes 2 or 3 months to do properly, and you're on the boat and visiting the world. That's the loop, and that's what's going on there. I think it's
you bought me some time, Rob. I'll throw in 2 quick ones. One is kind of a current, one is a future. I keep considering there's another COVID around the corner, and I was so concerned about monkeypox at the very outset. And I like most of what's coming out of the medical community that says that this one is probably going to be confined to a kind of a much smaller radius than COVID. So, crisis averted on that one, but there's always looming ones around the corner, I suppose. And for me, as I looked at the news that could happen over the next 3-6 months, why do I think this is the summer of the concert, at least for a lot of the world? I find there are a number of really big tours. I think from most standpoints and most countries, things are opening up. And I think our appreciation for summer and live music and some of the best music of our lives is really going to come to the fore this summer. So that's my good news.
Well, I'm going to riff on that, Sean. Literally, I'm thinking of the stage because I saw it and I lit up because Bruce Springsteen just announced his tour in 2023. He's starting in Europe, and he's doing every 2 or 3 days another city across Europe, and he's announcing his US dates afterwards. But he's starting in Barcelona, I believe, and the E Street Band is back on the road, and they're going to be pumping out rock and roll to free the world. I did take an opportunity a couple of weekends ago to watch the Netflix presentation of Bruce Springsteen on Broadway. And if you're a Bruce Springsteen fan, or you're just a student of the American psyche across the last 50 years, I highly recommend that to watch that. I've had friends who've gone to see him, and it's fantastic. It's intimate. It's him on the stage with his mind and his storytelling and his guitar. And just like his biography, it's the inside of his mind. When I read his biography, I didn't read it. I listened to it. So this audiobook is like going to a bar in New Jersey and listening to Bruce talk and discuss and converse across my whole lifetime. I realized that the first time I crossed Bruce Springsteen was my dad bought me an album, and I was a rock and roll kid when I was 14 years old. Believe it or not, I had spiky hair. I didn't. I actually had an afro. But I'm this kid, and then my rock and roller, my dad buys me this country album because I thought he was a country singer. And since then, he's always been in my life. And as he tells his story in his biography, I realized I was there, and it took me 2 weeks to read the biography or listen to it because I kept doing segues to concerts he'd been at and listening to music that inspired him. It's really a tour de force. And he's back on stage, Sean. And when the US tickets go up, or the European tickets, I'd love to go see him in Europe to see what that's like.
Well, it does make us think a little bit about we're a guild that was formed out of the pandemic, and pretty much we've lived on Zoom and virtually. And so there'll be some interesting moments ahead where we'll actually start to realize people exist in real life, and we'll realize that Louise is actually 7 feet tall, and that Lauren is Lauren doesn't actually have blonde hair. It's all being fake, but it's as I think it's, as much as it's been 2 years, if you look at just 3 months, and I think this was going to be our news hour, we're going to talk about what do we think are going to be the evolving and new headlines from the next 3 months. Dial back to 3 months ago, right? Go into your little TARDIS and go back 3 months ago. Pretty much, we thought Russia won't invade Ukraine. They couldn't possibly invade Ukraine, and they did. Our gas was probably in the range of, at least in Canadian terms, about $1 per liter, and now it's $2. we were still worried about COVID coming out, the long winter of COVID, and thankfully our concerns have kind of been reduced. We just had come out of the Olympics, which for most of us was pretty much a non-event, and worried about, will we ever do large spectacles again? And a whack load of other things. I'm not too sure if you go back 3 months, Rob, and we've kind of done news articles every week. So we kind of have charted this progress by doing our news wrap every week. Are there things that 3 months ago just would have floored our minds, and now they now exist?
Well, 3 months ago, Bitcoin was at $59,000 a unit, and now it's not. Twitter had a stock price. The metaverse was real. And the unfolding across 3 months this quarter has been rapid. So the types of economic looming, as we were looking at inflation, I think that's the most common question I was asked by my clients, is like, what is inflation going to do? And you had announcements of macroeconomic failure. One of my key clients had just gone through a technical client software company, just gone through a raise. They raised $75 million on a Series B. And at the same time, a week later, companies were rolling back, pulling back. And it seemed like a slow roll to me, because we started talking about inflation, then the war occurred, and then it's just been the decline. And now, in this week, I'm seeing signs of the bottom already. Very fast news cycle.
It's amazing when you look at different articles that were written, and so many get written in December, right? What does the year ahead look like? And now we're 5 months later into the year. All of their headlines are no longer relevant. Like, our ability to look, I remember Dave Marvid, one of our board members and one of the first members of the guild, he had a great line that we put into our first document. It's like, it's really tough to take a long view in the midst of a crisis. And I find time and time again within the guild, outside the guild, we find this to be true, that we just can't escape that little veil of what our experience looks like right in front of our face. And sure enough, 6 months later, when we read some of our stuff, we go, whoa, it's crazy how we cared so much about something so trivial, or how we didn't observe something. I love what Nathan just said. 3 months ago, wasn't that December 2019? It'll be interesting.
I got my last booster was 3 months ago.
It'll be interesting as people look at film from this era and headlines from this era. Somehow the mask will be kind of an ongoing vestige, I think, of kind of our last 2 years together. No matter what you look at, if you look at 2019 and 2022, you're going to be seeing a lot of masks in the background. So I think kids 2 generations from now will still be asking, what were they doing? Hopefully they'll be asking, what were they doing, then not wearing their own masks.
Hey, Sean, while I have you here, what's a gray swan?
Ah, nice. This is the table setter, isn't it? So we didn't know, let's be honest, we didn't know what a gray swan was 2 years ago. I'll give credit where credit was due. We had one of our first board meetings ever, and a really smart guy, Alan Walker, had said, you know what? I know we're talking about being like a network, or we talked about gray rhinos and we talked about black swans. Really, I think what we're talking about here are gray swans. And I was like, what's a gray swan, Alan? And it's like, well, gray swan events are improbable events, those things that might be less than 25% chance happening in the short term, but if they ever happen, would create a massive impact that has a lot of different knock-on effects. And for us, that really jived. We love the sound of it. We know more about swans now, and swan trivia, and what they look like in the air and on the ground, and how many swans do they tend to birth, and their gestation period, and a whole bunch of different things. But beyond that, we've been able to, in the guild, surface a lot of things that are around the corner that, honestly, if I go back to my corporate life, most of the stuff that we talk about in the guild, hyper relevant. Yeah. Would we have that as part of our daily conversation? Probably not. And so, gray swans, improbable events that create massive impact. And because they are not completely random, you can actually look at them, you can validate them, you can postulate where they might be going, and you can look at scenarios that include them in some of your futures thinking and sense making. How's that, Rob?
That is excellent, Sean. You know, when I think about it, I knew exactly what a black swan was because I read Taleb's book. I read Fool by Randomness first, which is even a better book. That's back when he had an editor. Now he doesn't have an editor. I admire him greatly. And when the pandemic was hitting, I was thinking to myself, well, if it's a black swan like the 9/11 disaster, an attack on the US, if it was a black swan, the pandemic, it would crush the economy. It would distract everyone for as long as it took. And based on the history of the Spanish flu, it would likely appear in waves. So I'm going through all this thought process. And then I wanted to publish that it was a black swan. That's what I felt. So I started doing research. And then because Taleb is so chatty online, he had a discussion group going on Twitter of whether it was not. And he declared it right away because he invented the idea of a black swan, this unknowable, unthinkable, unexpected surprise that yet is explained very quickly afterwards, event that has a worldwide negative impact, a black swan. He declared right away that, no, the pandemic is not a black swan. You know why, Sean, it was not a black swan?
Why, Rob?
Because it's been predicted for decades.
Totally predictable.
Totally, and it's been talked about. Bill Gates in 2015 had a TED talk on the next pandemic. That was 6 years to prepare. We had Ebola, where Obama was president and went to Africa to stop the next pandemic. That's when I read a book called The Hot Zone, Richard Preston. If you ever want to learn about blood dripping from your eyeballs and ears as you die from a disease that's a novel virus, read The Hot Zone by Richard Preston. So if it's not a black swan, what is it? So I started searching around on what it is, and I found this term, and then informed by Alan of hey, it's an economic term. It was defined. It's in Investopedia. That's the definition that I live by. And it's important because gray swans do affect the world negatively. They're entirely, as Lauren said, predictable. What do we do about them? So the next gray swan. So last year, the rap team, the news desk of the Gray Swan Guild got together and tried to predict the next 21 gray swans because, you know, we started with 10. And because I work with Sean, it ended up with 21. So Sean, do you want to just roll through a couple of these, or how do you feel about that? Yeah, and then we'll talk about, let's bring it open to the audience of what you're thinking about the next gray swans are. It's not monkeypox because we have a vaccine. It's not novel.
Yeah, and I hadn't thought about turning it into 21, but I'm a bit of a card player, so 21's a bit of a positive blackjack sign. So I did want to address Robert's comment. He makes a good one in chat about what's the difference between a gray rhino and a gray swan. And we'll admit they're pretty much brothers and sisters to each other. They have this level of they're not random events. I think that's where they are in common. My sense is, and you can think about just a rhino in Africa or in real life, where it's just I think the level of probability that a gray rhino is going to happen is much stronger than a gray swan. I think the gray swan, there's an inkling it could happen, or your timing might be off. If a gray rhino is going to charge you, it's going to charge you. And so my subtle difference between the two would be, gray rhinos are probably have a higher level of probability happening. And, once a rhino spots you and wants to start running at you, they will blindly go at you. Whereas a gray swan is still one of those, I wonder when and if that's going to happen. You don't see them too often. With regards to the 21 gray swan, so we talked about a number of things. I'm going to do like a Billy Joel song right here in terms of here's the 21 summarized and hopefully 60 seconds or less. And then hopefully I'll send it back to you, Rob, and then we can pivot to our audience. What is the next 3 to 6 months look like with our own kind of future gray swans? We talked about U.S. climate disaster and how such a hot summer last year would probably lead to another one this year. A major car acquisition by Tesla, a housing market slump, China and Taiwan conflict increasing, stagflation, quantum becoming the new blockchain, retails and city bankruptcy, Apple purchasing Peloton, mass resignation or termination, singularity, a chart-topping AI band, We looked at COVID morphing into something else. We looked at a stock market crash. We looked at drought burning perhaps one city. We looked at a fairly large, big terror attack on one of the G20 countries. We looked at trade wars. We looked at video and internet game addiction and regulating it. We looked at some ongoing mental health issues. We looked at trade wars. And we looked at countries adopting crypto as their national currency and following the suit of El Salvador. Those were some of the things that we had surfaced in our 21 Gray Swan. Some of them aren't looking as good as they did back in January, Rob, but that was the point of it. I think we made the admission that, you know, if a quarter of these things happen, we'll probably be happy. Your thoughts on it, and then maybe we'll get some thoughts from the audience.
Sure. Every time I go back to this list, I'm like, blink, blink. Wow. Good announcement. And then this type of thing, the way this got created, I put the link to the Medium post. It's part of our weekly news wrap that we do. It was looking back in the year. So every year as we go around the sun at the summer solstice, I think everyone should look back and then look forward. The Day of the Swan is like that. We look back, then we look forward. Kind of like an algorithm. If you look back, and we're inspired by doing this, and we do it rapidly, we forced our fast thinking brain to process the whole year. And that's how the wrap team came up with this list. And I'm looking at that one on inflation. Double digits, not going to happen, Sean. So what is everyone else thinking? What's Jose, what are you thinking? Hanali, what are you thinking for the next Gray Swan, or something that's big, wide, economic? And the good news, because it's predictable, you already know about it. Lauren, I'm going to go to you next. So Jose, what do you think?
Right. So the thing that I'm thinking the most right now is the US dollar going out of being the reserve currency. That's kind of the thing that worries me the most. I think that's the reason behind the war in Ukraine. And I think China and Russia are kind of hand in hand doing this. There are many interests in the world that will benefit from the US dollar not being the reserve currency. The 33 trillion debt in the US is making people uneasy. And the Chinese probably think that they could be the reserve currency, but not with the currency that they have right now. They have to come up with something different. And what I'm thinking is that it could be that it's a mixture between crypto, ruble, yen, and who knows what, all bundled together. But the key feature is that is backed by gold, because look at the Russians collecting gold all over the place, right? They have more gold than anybody else in the world right now. They want their oil to be paid in gold or rubles, which is very interesting, right? If that happens, at some point, they could push out a crypto backed by gold or who knows what, or some kind of currency. Mm-hmm. And at that moment, China drops all their dollars into the market. And then, what can you do? I think this is the next big event, and I'm preparing for that. But it's very hard to prepare because, you know, it's stagflation and all that. So what are you going to do? Just buy gold? If you've
got a top 10 list of preparation steps, could you share them with the crew here? I know you're a deep thinker, and we've had long conversations about world economics and how we bring that from world to national to local. You're a citizen of the world. You started your life in South America. You've chosen to move to Western Europe, next door to the war. And one question before we go on to other people, are you going to stay in Germany, or are you thinking of moving?
I'm thinking of moving, but I don't know where to go, honestly.
Well, everyone think about where Jose should go, because he's a good recruit to wherever you live. Whatever city you live, bring Jose to you. He will bring
thank you.
Brilliance. Louise, what are you thinking? Gray Swan, next 24 months.
Such a good question, Rob. I mean, I think I've explored all the things that we've talked about right now. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I've got any outliers apart from that. But I don't know whether I'm becoming numb to surprises. But it's a gray swan, not a great deal surprises me. You know, any one of the things that we discussed could pop, or it could be something very similar, just in a slightly different shape or form. So, yeah, I've no doubt that, you know, the extraordinary thing, there's a great TED talk that I listened to the other day, and I forget the chap's name, but I'll pop it in the chat when I find it. Talking about how human beings are conditioned to believe that, you know, we're not going to change a great deal. So we view the future with everything, all the incumbent stuff of the day, including who we are and our networks and the people in our lives and the situation that we're in. And yet, if we look back in time, we could never imagine that things would have changed so rapidly. And it doesn't matter which 5-year, 3-year period you chunk out of, you know, the time that's gone by over the last few decades, it's always way more has happened than we ever would have expected. And if you look forward, we probably don't expect a great deal to change. So yeah, I think my radar has changed, and yeah, I can't add anything surprising or unusual to what you suggested already.
I just heard a podcast from Bill Gates. So he thinks the next gray swan is another pandemic. And that was last week. Lauren, I'm going to go to you, then maybe Chuck. If anyone else wants to lean in, just put your hand up or take yourself off mic and we'll catch it and share. So Lauren, what do you think the next gray swan is? 24 months. Michael, I know you've got an idea too. Welcome, neighbor.
I don't know. I'm just gonna say this is kind of boring, but I just think we'll see the kind of overlapping systems collapse. So one system going into another, and them causing synergy and a like exploding shit bomb of disaster.
So give me an example of a overlap. Are you thinking like, is it the UN and the next presidency in the US and a failed state in South Africa? Like, is that kind of level of overlap?
Yeah, or you know, it just you know, when Jose was talking about like where do we go, that rings true for me too, because we have several options, and there's no safe place, and there was no safe country anymore, like between the US and France and Africa, that we just can't think of a place that's sure and safe and that's going to be okay, because it just seems like at any moment there could be you know, a fascist government elected, or you know, I don't know. I feel like these things are kind of coming together with climate change and all of these things together just exploding.
Got it. Wow, climate change. So Chuck, we'll go to you, and then Mike, over to you afterwards. Chuck?
One thing I'm doing more thinking as I get older. I become much less of a prognosticator, maybe more of a sense maker in that regard. But what I'm looking at right now isn't so much what the next great swan will be. I'm trying to see maybe an underlying factor that precipitates one great swan above another. And I keep coming back to, as I look at the news and as I look at events, I try to weigh what part of it is driven by kind of cognition and our thinking, and what part of it is driven by that whole reptilian side of our brain, the whole limbic thing. And I'm beginning to see kind of proportionality there. So now, as I'm looking ahead, I can't prognosticate on the 21 we listed, but I'm going to go back and look at those and say, okay, if one's going to be elevated enough of another, is there a higher degree of limbic involvement? And certainly, when we get emotional, it exacerbates what's going on. But right now, that's the thing kind of fascinating me. What part's driven by our irrationality and our inability to control part of ourselves with the more cognitive part of ourselves. So I suspect, and I don't know. It'll be curious to see as Great Swans kind of blooms. Is there a relationship, a proportionality of cognitive versus limbic? That's where I am. I can't prognosticate, but that's where I'm thinking.
Mhm. I admire Louise, Lauren, and Chuck. Sense making is about this. It's like, wait a second, there's still questions to ask, and how do I process? And you've each given indications on different ways of processing what's going on without leaning into a solution or a prediction.
Yeah.
How about you, Mike? What are you thinking?
Well, it was the last bit of Lauren's comment. There's no shortage of trouble, but on a macro scale, human, like Earth scale, climate change is sort of off the radar. It exists, but we're busy running around like ants and tribes and doing what we do. We've got terrible people doing terrible things and people acting around the scripts that they've adopted in the stories, you know, about why they're justified in doing what they're doing. But the bigger picture is, while we're running around, there's an old saying about, you know, trying to chase the mice out of the cornfield when the elephants are running right behind you. I think the climate change, food security, and mass resettlement of populations are all coming right down the pipe. And I don't know that in the first wave of our experience as a population, we can actually do too much. We're trying to do the things as governments and people. So this isn't happy talk, but if we're talking about things that are not driven by governments, like, you know, a Russia, Ukraine, or, you know, these sort of localized territorial things, but actually possible extinction event. I think it all changes when all the coastal properties, coastal places around the world are flooded out. Like, think about New York underwater, think about Florida half submerged, think about you know, all the coastal places. And there's solutions or part solutions. I mean, we're really an inventive species. Chuck talked about, you know, the reptilian. There's a hard survival mode, but I think that's the big thing. And it's easy with all the other terrible things going on to lose sight of we're boiling ourselves slowly. So there's a lot of work being done and work to do to try and offset what's coming. That's the one I think about. Yeah. It's not the only thing I think about, but if you're asking, you know.
Yeah, we're seeing this. I agree, Mike, that climate change evidence, whether or not it's just a natural event in the human cycle or Earth cycle, or it's human generated, it is a thing that we are aware of. And in Ontario, we just had something called a derecho, not on my bingo card. Long front storm, multiple tornadoes or microbursts. And it will be, once they count it up, because it goes across 2 provinces and insurance is regulated across provinces like it is states, because it crossed 2 provinces and all our major population, it will be the largest property and casualty event in the past decade. They're just unwinding it. There's so much disaster still going on in fixing the power, that this type of extreme weather was predicted and is happening. These long front tornadoes or weather storms are extremely unusual. It happened last year, or the year before in the States, where it was a tornado season, but it had a 100-mile front to it. This one in Ontario was wider. Flying spiders, monkeypox, climate changes causes changes in animals moving to places where they don't normally move. I noticed that, has anyone heard of alpha-gal? Tick-borne disease. You get bitten by a tick and it results in a epigenic change that you develop an allergy to red meat. This is not a diet. This is ticks in your backyard that are normally not near humans. Alpha-gal. There's a Radio Lab podcast on it. Climate change, we worry about it. So, Sean, we're at 8:58. We've done a good news cycle. We're teed up for our next event. Before we get into that, let's thank you everyone for traveling through the news with us and collect people from the waiting rooms. Thank you all for your input and sharing. We're going to stop for a second, reset the room, and talk about what's coming up in the day, next couple of events. We've got events going on from now until tomorrow morning. We're going to start today in South Africa and end in South Africa. I know that. So thank you for being around the world with us. And thank you for starting with the Grey Swan Guild Day of the Swan. Day of the Swan is a moment in time to take 24 hours to look back in the last year, what's happened, and then to look forward and sharing new ideas, sense making, and future thinking. Sense making, 2 words, future thinking, 2 words. If you take a look at online, there's a big difference when you concatenate things, whether you add dashes to things or not. Quick aside, if you're using any tools to support your editing, like Grammarly or now Microsoft, you'll notice that the suggestions that you're getting from those algorithms are to put dashes between things. So if you put climate change somewhere, it'll actually suggest a dash. That's a nudge to help support algorithms understand what you're writing better. English without dashes is actually ambiguous. Depending on where you put the dash in a sentence between 2 words, it'll have highly different meaning. We're seeing scientists add algorithms to change the way I write. I don't use a lot of dashes. I use a lot of ellipses. But as I'm looking at this and I'm seeing Grammarly saying, well, why it's suggesting, and then I go, oh yeah, because the sentence is clearer now that there's a dash in it. Well, our world is changing every day, and that's why we do the Grey Swan Guild. That's why we do the Day of the Swan. Sean, you want to talk about the rest of the day a little bit and reset the room?
Yeah, it'd be great, Rob. Thanks. And I was messaging you privately because I always panic because we lost like 1 hour of activity last year when it doesn't say record on my end. I presume we've got record on your end that's going on, and it's just on my front. So
recording live to YouTube. If someone's out in the world, if you want to send a link to your friends, we're actually live to strangers. So thankfully, everyone's got their collars on except for Chuck Metz. You didn't get the memo. I'm just kidding, Chuck.
No.
We don't. We have very few rituals at the Grey Swan Guild. One of them, when we're having fun, is we put on hats.
We've already exposed the ritual early.
Usually, this is when they're in the cocktail hour and we're gathering people together and just to tell some jokes and be at the water cooler. We put the hats on. That's its indicator. But the Grey Swan Guild is a virtual think tank, so we do things virtually all the time. It's a collection of individuals from around the world that does sense making and futures thinking together. We do events, we do publications, we write together, we work together, and this is one of our biggest events we do in the year. Day of the Swan is an unconference. We do one later on. Last year we called it 1000-Day Radar. That's a much more formal conference where we do more formal research, the development of research, exposition, and we look forward in that particular conference. So Sean, it's 9:02.
Let's queue up the next 3 or 4 hours and then bring Dave in for a 9 o'clock session. We do have 26 different segments that are going on over the course of the next day. We've just started into our first hour for those that are just arriving. Over the next 4 hours, we'll top line those. Dave de Bakker out of the Netherlands is going to be talking about to us about myths and metaphors and the impact on the human capacity for change. At 10 o'clock Eastern time, and whatever that means in your world, one of our most valued members, Gordon Withrow, is going to talk about AI, emerging meta people, the promise of AI delivered. And I think he puts the question mark in there on purpose. So that's at 10 o'clock Eastern. 11 a.m. Eastern, Louise, who is in our room right now, is going to talk to us about the power of collective wisdom and talk to us about a whole blend of leadership and mental models and bias and change and just a bouillabaisse of how to lead within kind of this complex world that we're in. And then finally at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, we're going to talk about global and regional futures. It's going to be an interview format between Paula and Giada, and they're going to talk about mental health conditions of populations, particularly in places around the world that are challenged. So that's the next 4 hours. Maybe I'll go back to you, and you can introduce Dave more formally, Rob.
Yes, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Dave, for being here. I appreciate it. And I know that you're going to be talking about a few metaphors. So, Sean, bouillabaisse, gotta love that metaphor. It's fishy, it's tasty, it's spicy.
It was either that or gumbo, so I went with that one.
So it's a great way of making sense. Dave DeBaker is a creative catalyst, a foresight facilitator, and innovation researcher. He comes to us from the Netherlands, which has great experience in keeping the ocean away from the land that is agriculture. So Dave, without much more introduction, could you just give yourself a little bit of intro and then flow into your session?
Thanks a lot, Rob. Yeah, so, moving on from what you just explained, I indeed am from the Netherlands, and we're very proud to be able to live a few meters under sea level, which could be an interesting skill further down the line in the future, with sea levels rising everywhere. Yeah, so today I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey of how I actually came to futures thinking and so on, a little bit, while humbly trying to explain a little bit of the insights that I came across on our capacity for imagination. So yeah, I work as a research lead in an agency here in the Netherlands. I'm also involved in the Weather Vane Research Group and the Cygnus Sprints. Yeah, very happy to be part of the Gray Swan. And the recording stopped, I heard.
And we go again.
Yeah. So let's start, and I'll share my screen. Let's see if that's going to work.
And you should have access to that, Dave.
Yeah, I'm clicking Keynote, which I'm not sure what you will see because it doesn't show.
We're seeing the words myth and metaphor.
Are you seeing just my slides or two screens? I can see two screens going on.
I can see
We're seeing two screens, Dave. So we're probably seeing the presenter slide as well.
Yeah, well, let's not go with that because that would be a bit of a spoiler.
Presentation view.
Share screen. Okay, give me a sec.
No problem.
I've worked with Dave for a number of times, and I love Dave's calm demeanor. I know the duck is flipping really furious under the water, but so calm and placid. I love it, Dave. I have full confidence you're going to pull this out.
So I know that when I shift between when I'm traveling, I have usually one screen with me, but I've always got two screens going. And when you've got two screens plugged in, magic occurs. It always kind of does the right thing by default, so I don't think about it.
Well, then you're a lucky man.
Yeah, well, let's say when the less cognitive load this small pea brain has, the better I feel. So if are you using PowerPoint or Keynote?
Keynote, yeah, no, yeah. It's a different function. You can share, you can do the PowerPoint in a screen, but I'm gonna do that differently now because that's not working.
Welcome aboard. We're in the first formal session after our news wrap and the Gray Swan Guild's Day of the Swan. We've got people coming around the world. I see people from the US and South America, South Africa, Netherlands, Europe. Welcome. We've got Dave DeBaker, who's going to be talking about myth and metaphor and how the world outside ourselves and the stories we tell inform our behavior. Are you ready to go, Dave?
Let's do it this way.
Okay.
You can, All right.
Great.
You see my slide, myth and metaphor?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about myth and metaphor and how they are gatekeepers of change and imagination. I first want to do a little bit of introduction, how my journey into this all started. So, crisis. During the lockdowns that happened during COVID, I noticed that a lot of people had big opinions about it. I heard voices rising saying, if we only had done this, if we only had done that, like we should have been at a circular economy now, or we should have been more regenerative. We should have done more degrowth. We went way too much into the natural environment. That's how this virus happened. This is blah, blah, blah. And this hasn't been the first time that happened. Like after each crisis that happened, like financial crisis or the refugee crisis in Europe, there's always people that say, like, if you only had listened to my solution. So I started to question, like, if there are so many great solutions, if things really could clearly be so much better, why didn't that happen yet? And myself, I have a background in behavioral science, and I kind of knew, like, people only change when, the change is at least 24% better than the current situation, justifying the cost that goes into the effort to make that change. But for me, that didn't feel like this is the whole picture. Apparently, the solutions that people were putting on the stage were not strong enough to move us collectively. But why do we cling to ideas and systems that turn out to be so detrimental in the long run? And I came upon the work of James Clear, and he said it really nicely, and it started a bit of my journey finding some answers. The biggest barrier to positive change at any level, individual, team, society, is identity conflict. Let's dive a little bit deeper, because James Clear isn't the first thinker that's been trying to find some answers here. So Gramsci spoke about cultural hegemony in 1926, which he explained as culture drives ideologically appropriate social patterns. So people try to fit in the ideology that they're currently in, and how that's being transmitted is through education, science, media, and skills people learn. Another great thinker, Michel Foucault, spoke in 1966 of episteme, which are systems of truth that exercise power over our lived reality. In other words, it's a conceptual framework that determines the conditions of what we can know about the world at all and how we understand the order of things. And in his work, he has a few examples. And one of his is that in the Middle Ages, in the Christian Middle Ages, man finds himself as subject to a divine reality. In the modern age, man sees himself as subject who can know himself as a thing within an objective reality. Another great thinker that I really enjoy is Donna Haraway. And she said in 1968 that knowledge is a narrative told from a position because our human perception is limited. So we can only perceive through our senses from the place that we are in the world. And she was very keen to say, like, this whole idea of an objective truth is basically an unreachable goal. We can't put ourselves out of ourselves and look down at the world from some sort of God view. Knowledge, she said, is therefore embodied and contextual. And that's why you cannot transfer knowledge from one context one-on-one to another. So this is a bit of more of an academic approach. And I also stumbled upon the work of Jeremy Len, who wrote a book, The Pattern Instinct. Maybe some of you seen it. And he talks about root metaphors. So what really triggered me in his work was the phrase, culture shapes values and values shape history. He states that the current crises arise from mental patterns, metaphors that cultures have used through the ages to give meaning to the world and themselves. And in his book, he identifies root metaphors of civilizations through history. And he mentioned sometimes these metaphors are powerful and helpful, and sometimes they're imbalanced and destructive. An example is, and we will get to this again a bit later on, is two different ways of looking at nature as a metaphor. One is nature as a caring parent, and the other one is dominion over nature. And in his work, he has a really a good example that shows the power of these metaphors. So in 1407, there was an admiral, a Chinese admiral called Zheng He, who had a massive armada and went on various journeys throughout Southeast Asia and Africa, and actually discovered a lot of what we would discover later on. But there's not a lot of impact happened after these voyages of Admiral Zheng He. While if we look at Columbus in 1492, sailed with 3 small ships across the ocean and discovered the New World. And in the picture, you could see the difference in scale of those ships. So one big armada versus 3 small ships with completely different outcomes, all because of a difference in a cultural metaphor. So if we talk about metaphors, we can also look at cognitive science, which in the recent decades has discovered how we, as children, learn to understand reality. So we shape our worldview basically based on a few metaphors that guide us in our understanding of new experiences. And this happens mostly unconsciously through pattern recognition. And the prefrontal cortex that distinguishes us as human beings is crucial here, because it not only gives us our ability, our conceptual ability, like planning and abstract thinking, but it also helps to shape our separate experiences into one coherent life narrative, our identity and our worldview. And as metaphors are symbolic, they are the bridge between our conceptual ability and our capacity for imagination. Systems of truth, metaphors, and images also play a role in sociology. Fred Pollock wrote in 1961, "The rise and fall of images of the future precedes or accompanies the rise and fall of cultures." So we're now slowly moving into the area of futures. And Barbara Adam said, "Engagement with the future is an encounter with a non-tangible and invisible world that nevertheless has real and material consequences." So also pointing metaphors, it's not a thing out in the world, but it influences the world a lot through our own actions. So you could really see metaphors as a mental and cultural construct with historical significance. So here I stumbled on the idea of images of the future. And another term that I found very interesting was the term used future, which is basically stories about the future based on assumptions from the past. And to me, reading assumptions here could be really referring to the effect of myth and metaphor on our capacity of an imagination. So like I said, I started to roll a bit more into futures thinking, and not surprisingly, I stumbled upon the work of Sohail Inayatullah, and I discovered his causal layered analysis, which is a research theory and practice based on post-structuralism, macro history, and critical theory, which basically combines the threads that I just showed you into one system. When I found this, I was really amazed and happy that I didn't have to put my own thinking into something myself. It's already there. So I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the causal layered analysis. I'd like to take you through like my own take on it. So the causal layered analysis basically consists of 4 levels, from that which is visible to the very and a very deep level. So on the first level, which I call the symptomatic level, which is on a time scale of days, consists of events, behavior, effects, things that we can observe right now, tangible. It's a simple representation of issues and problems. And a slightly deeper level, you have the systemic level, which I can imagine a lot of you would recognize. This is basically the steep collection of factors, so the social, technological, economic, and political factors, and it describes the role of institutional actors. And it tries to find causal links between these. The next level is the epistemic, which I mentioned before, which is the level where ideologies, systems of truth, and cultural and social processes live. So this is basically trying to show how the problems that we see in the first level arise and are influenced by these ideologies and systems of truth. Most of the times we're looking at decades here. And the final level, the deepest level, is the historical, where the archetypical stories of humankind live, stories of our place in the universe, fate and our ability to influence our fate and the nature of time. Think like I'm saying here in the West, I'm talking about the Netherlands, we often see time as linear, but there are many other cultures that see time as cyclic in nature, or even see it as a tapestry. So in this level lie the deep stories that have given meaning to century-old events. And often these metaphors are most powerful when you are observable at the level of civilizations. So, okay, we've talked about all of this. What's the beauty? What's the beauty of metaphors and myths? Like we said, it affects the way we look at the world. It affects the way even what we consider as knowledge. It dictates how we come to knowledge, and it helps us make sense of the world around us, past and future. So a lot of the times, I'm speaking for myself. And not trying to speak for anyone else, I'm not really conscious of the metaphors and the myths that I'm bringing with me from my upbringing, my context, society I live in, which makes that I'm not aware of how I make choices completely. So CL8 gives us a way to discover and unfold these unconscious metaphors at this lowest level. And by doing so, it becomes possible to formulate alternative metaphors, and in this way open up our imagination. And from there, by moving upwards through these levels of the CLA, we can really form truly different approaches to tackle issues. Something that I started noticing that is that when I came to understand this model, I kind of felt like a lot of futures thinking methods that I know reside a lot in the top 2 levels, maybe the third. Well, actually, the biggest potential for change lives in the 4th level. So a quote that I want to end this theoretical part with is from Joseph Campbell. Like, if you want to change the world, you have to change the metaphor, change the story. That's a bit of the theory behind it, or theory, assumptions that I came up with. I'd like to start our discussion with a little exercise. And I really invite you to join in and come up with some interesting things. So a little exercise. So what I've put here are basically 2 representations of metaphors. So on the left side, we have nature as a machine, mainly coming from Francis Bacon and the scientific revolution. Connected to that is mind over matter, which is a kind of a twist on Descartes' I think, therefore I am. On the right side, we have nature as a caring parent, which originates and lives within most indigenous peoples. And the other one is humankind, a steward of nature, first written down by Philo of Alexandria. So what I wanted to ask you to join me in this little thought exercise, to think about these 3 issues and try to come up with some ideas or some solutions to these issues using, on one time, the metaphors on the left, and the other time, the metaphors on the right. And to see what kind of differences would that make. So let's start with reduce the impact of extreme weather. So if any of you has some idea about, okay, looking at the left metaphor, this is what I would do. Or looking at the right metaphor, this is what I would do. So I'll open up the stage for everyone who comes up with something. And let's discuss a bit on that.
So it's round table. Everyone just open your mic and share your thoughts. Fascinating look, Dave, at thinking. I can see already in the back of my mind, looking at the metaphors, and as I process that, I can't answer one solution the same way. It's clearly a different thought process. So I'll start. If I think of nature as a machine, and I think therefore I am, to reduce weather impact, well, I must be able to build a carbon scrubber that's perfect and invest in that, like I would invest in a moonshot, to build a machine to suck the carbon or fix the carbon back into the earth where it belongs.
Yeah, interesting. Any comments on that? I see Caroline putting her hand up.
Yes, good afternoon. It's a very interesting exercise. And when I think about reducing the impact of extreme weather, I think about solution that we called nature-based solution. as a good example, and it's directly linked to the nature as caring parent. In my view, I've never thought about it in this perspective, but for me, it's a clear linkage that we have there.
Thanks. Great. Yeah. Stephanie, you put your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Really interesting concept here and really food for thought. My first thought as I looked at this is is more macro level. When I think about nature as machine, I think about us fighting against it. And so that idea of, sort of at odds, whereas nature as caring parent is how do we nurture and work with what we have and what's happening already and maybe shift things from a different perspective. So really just at a macro view, that perspective of are we working against or working with really shifts depending on which metaphor you look at.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, there's I actually was talking to an architect lately, and he apparently there's this term called vernacular architecture, which has a lot of examples of people, like building homes with straw and clay, which sounds like it's undeveloped, but actually it helps houses cool way better than modern houses that we have. Are way more resilient to temperature change, and actually building them with natural materials instead of concrete that actually puts out a lot of toxins into our atmosphere that heat up the atmosphere even more. And there's many examples of that. Another good example is
I'm reminded, Dave, as architecture as machine of Angkor Wat. And I originally, when I was younger, I thought Angkor Wat was just a beautiful religious temple. And then I discovered later it was a large scale, massive irrigation system to support the sharing of water in the community, in the commons. So they built a temple that was actually an irrigation system that is way more efficient than the bolts and steel that we put together, because it's still there doing what it does. It took time to rediscover what its use was.
Amazing. That's a great example. Yeah. Michael, your hand's up.
Thank you. Yeah, if I put on the nature as machine and mind over matter, sort of riffing off of what Rob said, but imagining a global fund of interested parties and countries and X prizes around these things. So it's the inventive mind, and literally $1 billion and the ownership of these things, whoever gets it right, there lots of money for them, but also sort of patent free. So to remove the economic, insurance companies and governments should want to look at the future cost of extreme weather and forward load perhaps a couple of $1 billion today, because we do seem to come up with billions of dollars once the trouble comes, to figure out a large sort of small, medium, large, and have 3 levels of opportunity making and chasing. Some may fall into things that work with nature too. Like, I don't know that it has to be exclusionary, but I think if I listened to you and heard you, the notion of what story do we tell our grandkids about how we saved the ecosystem and the planet would be about how we behave as humans. So, like, culturally, how do we get together and inspire a story that saves ourselves?
Wonderful. Thanks. Yeah, indeed. Interesting notion that, like, thinking about the story that we will tell in a few generations, and how does this story connect to what we're doing right now? That's also very interesting to think about. Any more takers for the nature as carrying parent?
I think it's funny, as I look at your metaphor on this topic, I thought 2 different things, Dave. One was Nature is Machine. I don't know if you remember this futures group that the US government pulled together. It was probably late 60s, early 70s. And the majority of the future scenarios was focused around the Cold War and a number of things around weather. And they were really concerned about tornadoes. I don't know why everybody was concerned about tornadoes and hurricanes at the time. And they talked about engineering these things, right? And so the whole notion of seeding clouds and being able to actually use this force for, you know, good as opposed to something of destructive nature. It was really interesting how many people were in that engineering phase of the world. And so maybe that was part and parcel of the late 60s and 70s, right? We can just human our way out of these problems we get ourselves into. And then Nature as Parent, you know, much like Good Parents, you know, if you've been around kids, Dave, you realize if you tell your kid to do something, they're not going to do it. But if you provide them the options and steer them into the nudge that you know you'll eventually want, but they'll feel like it's their own decision. And so I think about utilities, and some of, you know, utilities get a bad rap, but sometimes utilities do a really good job nudging people into situations like, sure, it might not be the most affordable up front, but we'll give you a subsidy, and over time, 20 years of a house, solar panels work much better. So it's your choice, but you know, here it is, and we've given you some soft incentives to make the choice that maybe makes more sense. So nudging on one side and engineering on the other side. That's what I was thinking.
Cool. Yeah. Like very interesting to actually take those experiences from being a parent into this. I think like another interesting book that I recently came across was Low Tech, which is written, I'll put it here, it's from Julia Watson, and she actually went and did research on all kinds of, I don't know exactly what the acronym is, but it's really low impact, more working with nature kind of using technology that's being used for centuries across the world to deal with drought, plagues, and so on. That actually could be a solution to a lot of problems that we are running into, coming into with industrial mindset. Yeah, thanks for doing a little bit of exercise. I was wondering about your own experiences with these kinds of topics. Like, did you ever came across a situation that you thought, wow, this is really a good solution to what we're thinking about trying to implement, and it just couldn't get through? And it wasn't just the culture of an organization. It was a bit more than that. And maybe a good sign of that is when people are saying, this is ridiculous. This will not, you know, why how would you even come up with such an idea? I mean, the world would just works like this. Like, any experiences in coming across that? I see one hand up. Chuck, go ahead.
Some years ago, back when I was still in corporate life and not working for myself, we did a number of things with a particular thinking style instrument. And the thing was to address differences in thinking styles. And so we went through the organization and we did the exercises and evaluated everyone. And you came across with your particular thinking style. It was all mental, all cognitive. A benefit of that was that you learned that the guy in front of you, if we tried to build teams, wasn't particularly ignorant because he didn't see things as you saw them. He saw them from a different perspective. And we had earlier done a lot of work around emotional intelligence. And I guess my experience at that time was sort of shading into things that I think about now is we always taught people control the emotions first before you try to address the cognitive issues. And out of all of that, it became, at least in my experience, very interesting how, yeah, you might consult your emotions and you may come to some sort of consensus. We think differently. Lots of innovation comes out of this, lots of things. But then when the problem comes or the challenge comes, because of wiring, we default to survival mode, back into a kind of mode that really makes it tough to deal cognitively, and then it makes it tough to deal at the emotional level. So I keep thinking about that in various facets from that experience.
Great. Yeah. Thanks for sharing. Very interesting. Rob, your hand's up. And your mic's off, I think.
There we go. Another nickel, Louise. I was thinking to localized about electric cars, and thought about them for a long time. And when they inserted, about a decade ago, when mass production started occurring again, because in the 1800s, the most popular car that was designed specifically and marketed to women were electric cars, and they were mass produced at the time. And then we're back again. And we took a news wrap a few weeks ago, and we explored that area. So we did some research around where the state of the art is. And as I was doing the research, I realized that things had really moved forward. In short order, in about half a decade, this progress is occurring. There's some exponential elements going on. But when I was expressing it to some of my friends and compatriots and asking the simple question, like, is your next car going to be an electric car, a fully electric car? More than half the time I was responded with things that were argued about 10 years ago. There are no charging stations. They're too expensive. They don't go far. Now, too expensive is true. The highest production cost of an electric car is $3.5 million. It's a model called the Owl. But there's also a Chevy Bolt, which costs $32,000 US. And that's about the cost of every car right now. Now, the Mini Cooper only goes 150 kilometers in range. But the first production cars are hitting the pavement now at 600 kilometers of range.
Wow. Yeah.
And that's now. That's the now. Ignoring supply chain issues. So I'm amazed that in this group, and I'm talking about guild level insertion, how strong the negative message was of things that are clearly solved. And that inertia seems to take a long time until it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, very, yeah. Fascinating to hear that we already had electric cars in 1800. What the hell happened?
And then the big, one of the things that always, when I talk about electric cars, I think about the Olympics in Beijing, no harm, no foul. And I think about the license plates in France, in Paris, in which you're allowed only to drive every other day, depending on odd or even license plates in Paris, to reduce the poison. And at the Olympics, they just said, okay, everyone's not driving in a world capital 20 million person place. Okay, we're not driving this week. That was the management technique. That's humanity fail. Is you know the problem, you know it's dangerous, you know your population cannot breathe. It's so bad it doesn't look good on television. Then you fix something by doing this, like, hey, stop driving. How banal and trivial and immature is that? When we've got to just say, you know what, your next car is an electric car. And then the scientist, the pseudoscientist that says, well, wait a second, the power's got to come from somewhere. So that's just as bad. The carbon footprint of that car is wrong. Well, no, there are other plans that other people have for sustainable power. We know that in the Netherlands, we know that in Norway, we know that in Germany, wind power in Scotland saves the world. But it took 20 years. The impatience of people is not to be underwritten. And this impatience of wanting a solution tomorrow stops the solution invested in today. More patience, people.
Definitely, yeah. I recognize a lot of dynamics you're explaining. When I was at university, there were so many students that were so pissed on the world, like why did stuff didn't change, like when what was promised. And I think a great deal is naivety. The world doesn't work like you think it works. And it's been there for ages. And there's all these systems and ideas that are actually crystallized within as institutions. And if you want to change those, you really need to go deep, as like we talked about. You can't really undo the current system and wish that next day there was something new. It takes effort. And I think more than less, it's work on those stories, on people, and not per se technology. I mean, we got the means, there's plenty of money to go around. It's not where we solve the problems. I mean, we need to first go deep, change it there, and then the rest will fall way easier than trying to, like you said, like the machine is poisoning us. Okay, let's switch it off. But we need it next week again. Like, come on, yeah. Thanks, everyone. I think I reached the 45-minute slot.
So we got a couple more comments. We can keep flowing into the discussion. Chuck mentioned a very good point on the inertial change related to moving towards plant-based diets as opposed to meat-based diets. I think if there's a huge faction of science that has predicted that we're not eating meat anymore, in 100 years, it'll be looked at as something that was a brutal, uncivilized, ridiculous thing. That if we're not making things right from molecules, I guess we'll be making them from some other kind of genetic method. But there's that idea, Dave. And then Mike is looking at balancing between Earth shot versus moon shot, the levels. What do you think about the plant-based barriers and how we use the metaphors that you've suggested to cause change?
Yeah, very interesting. The plant-based or meat is interesting because looking from a metaphor level, it's nature as a machine. Really, it's like we can understand how it works, take it apart, understand the parts, how they work together, and recreate it in our own image. Really, in this sense, I would say, well, that's good. Looking from the other metaphor, you could eat less meat. It's possible. You don't need plant-based meat to get the nutrients that you need from plants. But because in the end, of course, both ways can help each other forward, and we don't solve one issue at the other time. There's cultures then where eating vegetarian is the norm. Only here, it's in the West, it's a problem somehow to get into that. Why is that? I don't particularly know. I mean, I know there's in-between stories about we don't solve biodiversity loss and so on without what's it called, pasture. You need some big animal to dig into the soil, eat something, defecate something, make the soil alive, and that's how we keep our natural environment. Well, maybe not that natural, self-sustainable and regenerative and healthy. And yeah, once in a while, cow falls down, you can eat it. I mean, that's also possible. But yeah, I know people who are like, no, I need to eat meat because that's me. That's how I, that's part of my identity. And it's like, what? Because it's often men, which is interesting. But funny enough, I mean, not funny, interesting enough. As a human species, we've been raising cattle and letting them graze for centuries. I mean, this that goes deep. It's the thing that changed us from. It changed us a lot from nomads going around trying to go where there's food and trying to live with the natural cycles to actually being able to weather a storm of very, very bad years. And then we could grow stuff, keep the seeds and use them next year. But the interesting thing is, like, when you do that, you also need some place to store the seeds. Seeds are interesting, so you need to guard the seeds. So you need to also have some means to defend yourself if someone comes to take your seeds. And something that, feeds people and makes us flourish also brings in more violence, more rules, and more distance from our natural environment in that sense. So I can see how the idea of eating meat is connected to some dominion over nature.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So Greg has been offering some books. He's got a book that is suggesting called Loon Shots from Safi Bashal. Ideas that are perceived crazy. One of the techniques I think we all should use is find the crazy, find the think different, and don't dismiss it too quickly. Whether it's an electric car or eating plant-based meat that's good for you. Those are ideas. In our next session, we're going to be talking more about AI. Gord Withrow is going to walk us through AI. So I have a couple of questions for you, Dave, around artificial intelligence, massive ubiquitous computing. In your frame of thinking of the machine metaphors versus humans as steward of the earth, where do you put the crazy ideas related to AI that you know about in myth and metaphor, and how should we respond that way?
Yeah. Let me think about that for a minute. Like, obviously the metaphors I just put in here are just two metaphors, really, and you can have many different metaphors. Mm-hmm. But the thing, I mean, it depends on who's creating the AI and what kind of idea do they have about where we should go as humanity. I mean, there's obviously a big influence of transhumanism, which thinks like the only way we can survive as a species if we transcend our own limitations. And the whole idea of AI merging with AI, enhancing our cognitive abilities is one way of doing that. You could also see AI as something that's a symbiotic intelligence to us. It's like we can actually use AI to understand the interconnectedness of reality more instead of seeing it as cogs in a machine. Until now, we didn't have the capacity to do that. And with AI, quantum computing, creating models that are like near reality are becoming more and more possible. The thing that I always like, I have a background in psychology and neuropsychology, so for me, like, it's clear that we understand maybe 2% of how the human brain works. Mm-hmm. I mean, we know certain areas, we know the continents, but we have no idea what's happening within the continents. So to even speak of artificial intelligence is like, okay, so we're building something that's similar to our current limited understanding of our own intelligence. But like machine learning, for example, it's just another way of optimizing machines we've been using. There's a whole other discussion about, are these the right things to optimize? Yeah, another thing about AI, I know there's a stream of philosophy and I'm not sure it's even philosophy that really sees as God was not at the beginning of creation; it's at the end, and we're creating it in our own image by getting to the singularity. Obviously, people know about singularity thinking, which is also a driving metaphor for some people, which makes them make certain choices that maybe I wouldn't take. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, this idea of is it the machine? Is it just a reflection of us? And I agree with you. There's so very little known about the brain, and then in the core idea of modeling and guessing at an algorithm just on making it work like the brain, just that first start is like, wait a second, we don't know how the brain works. But you invented these things, and Gord's going to walk us through a number of these things that have been emerging. And in AI, my background is in computer science. Like I wrote my first backward chaining algorithm back in the late 80s. It's fascinating. I thought, because I'm a big student and a big fan of science fiction, and growing up in Star Trek land, I'm more of a Star Trek person than a Star Wars person, that you could talk to a computer. Why couldn't you talk to a computer? Captain Kirk and Spock could talk to a computer. So we've invented this stuff and I could do it, and then it didn't work. Like I wrote the first one. It was an implementation of Prolog written in Smalltalk. And when I wrote it, it was just as a programming exercise to learn about object-oriented computing, because I thought Smalltalk would save the world. I realized that any rules-based engine would take infinite programmers to write the rules. And the moment you finish the rules would change. So it wouldn't work. So I descended into the AI winter like everyone else did. I stopped doing it because it wasn't commercial, and I'm very commercially oriented. But then when it started changing, like Hinton, I saw a lecture on neural networks back when we called them neural networks and not machine learning. I looked at it and I dismissed it as an academic, maybe interesting, European. When I went to school, I went to the University of Western Ontario back when it was called the University of Western Ontario, and I switched from business to computer science, and I actually took a cybernetics program, which was offered by a professor from Europe, and they couldn't put it in. It was a combination. I bought into it because it was a combination of psychology and computer science. And the Brits, the UK profs called it cybernetics, and it was full-blown reasoning-based, full feedback loop computing back in 1982. So roll the tape forward 30 years. Wait a second, machine learning is working. And then the math. There were trivial examples, but I went to a conference in 2016 called NeurIPS. It's one of the world-class AI conferences. And they started showing GAN's algorithms, so algorithms that did classification really well. So there's 3,000 people on Earth. If a bomb blew up where we went to see this, is in Barcelona, if a bomb blew up there, AI would have been put back by 10 years because everybody was there. So there's 3,000 people in the audience. There are people like me. I'm a commercial guy looking for new ideas. They showed a first implementation of classification of a picture where they ran a picture through an algorithm, and the algorithm, written by no humans in the room, it was just generated, could pick out the bird, the car, and the tree. Standing ovation. And then it's just progressed at a very quick rates. So I think we've unleashed the genie. We have rubbed the lamp hard.
Mhm.
And thank you for walking us through all these great things, Dave. Really appreciate the
My
thinking
pleasure.
tools novel, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you for sharing space with us. Any last comments for Dave before we roll on and talk a little bit to reset the room? But thanks very much, Dave.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Okay.
I just want to say, Dave and myself are working on some of the primary and secondary research operations of the Guild. So this caliber of thinking, kind of thinking outside the box, we don't exactly know what we're going to produce yet, but certainly based on 45 minutes of evidence, Dave, I'm looking forward to kind of skating outside the boundaries and looking at metaphor as a potential thing that the Guild does in the future.
Sean, I'm going to stop the recording and start it.
Great.
And welcome to the Days of the Swan 2, the second anniversary of the Guild's Looking Back to Look Forward, Sense Making and Future Thinking. I'm with co-founder Sean Moffat and a cast of Swans. We just had a presentation from Dave de Baker in the Netherlands, who's walked us through metaphor and myth and different thinking tools to consider the universe. Thanks again, Dave, for sharing with us. Up next, we have from Ohio, the center of the US, the most golf courses per square inch in the US. And Gord is going to walk us through emerging meta people and some fascinating things as we segue into talking more about the promise of artificial intelligence delivered. Gord, are you ready to go?
Yeah, can you hear me well?
We can indeed.
Okay, and you're seeing my intro slide.
We do indeed.
All right, well, let's get started. Thanks everyone for sharing your time with me today. I'm hoping to share some things that I've learned and been able to curate, as I call it, about artificial intelligence. I started an AI endeavor 2.5, 3 years ago, and in doing so, I realized what I didn't know so much more than what I did. And I felt I really need to use this as an opportunity, since I'm going to be leading this delivery effort, to learn as much as I can about AI. So in that, I've been collecting, harvesting stories, information about value propositions created with artificial intelligence around the globe in about every industry, and some things that you wouldn't even think of. So in that, I thought the most interesting part that might kind of help us get warmed up to the state of the art in science would be to focus on something kind of light, but also something potentially we're not supposed to talk about. So I'm going to get into that. But I want to share some real world examples of recent developments in the fields of artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotic process automation, and robotics, where, again, I'm not an expert, but I'm building an expertise in the use and application of these things from my work. And really, artificial humans, machine created art, machine created people, and the use of AI identities in religion and politics. And I'll say more about that in a minute. So that's where we're headed. You guys ready? All right. And it's a long introduction, but we'll get there. I love this slide. I use it a lot in my work in leading people through digital transformation. You know, we're all moving from some current state to a future state. And as you look at this guy, probably out of a cowboy movie, well, actually he's not, but this was a staged photo. Doesn't look like he's doing so well, right? He's moving from one cliff to a pretty isolated cliff, but we don't know what he's trying to get away from. So the thing is, there's risks associated with a future state that we can't anticipate, and they are big. And at this time, the facts surrounding the likely future state that we're actually going to realize are not always clearly identifiable. So we're fighting to bring ourselves into that knowledge and that understanding from a fact-based perspective. And, I'm going to get really quickly to a good positive. So hang on with me there, Rob. I know we all want the positive first, and I believe that strongly. I have to paint what's the problem statement, though, that gets us to the positive. And that is that there's really no consensus. There is no authority on when we get to something that the science fiction or our best ideas of what artificial intelligence will bring us. When's that going to be, and when have we arrived? There's no consensus on that. There's no authority on when we've achieved artificial general intelligence. And most of the parties that advise us on it either make money by creating headlines or revealing new promises or debunking somebody else's. So there's just no consensus, and it takes work to keep up with this, to discern truth from false hope. Well, that being said, we have some real hope, and that's what I wanted to focus on, is in business and in certain playgrounds, AI really has become an urgent strategic imperative. It's going to separate people and businesses and organizations. And MIT is on that. They're one of the hub places for the state of the art and where it's going. So as they see it, we see it. Let's talk a little bit more about that value proposition. If you guys show of hands for those who I can see, or if you are clicking, are you familiar with Gartner Group's hype cycles? I knew Rob would be. Yeah, Dave, Sean. We are pretty deep into the hype cycle of AI, and yet there's still a whole lot of hype. But there's still some real cool science projects, as I will call them, going on out there, and yet
Lost audio. You're back.
Okay. I accidentally banged my microphone and probably had to recalibrate. Sorry, there's cool science projects still going on, but the business value of AI is real, and it's here. So what is that? If you look at Deloitte's view of it, I agree with every bit of these. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but the ideas of cost reduction are being realized. I'm seeing it every day. Speed, the things that machines can brute force their way through, reduced complexity by putting things in a bundle and letting the machine figure it out, so we don't have to think such hard, deep thoughts. It'll give us the right answer. Sometimes we don't know how it arrived at it technically, but it does give us the right answer when we do the math backward. Transformed engagement, the ability to engage with machines in a way that's better, that's more human-like, is being brought about. The ability to think better, to think on things of critical value, that is happening and bringing about greater innovation. And then trust, basically we can do things using AI to secure ourselves from threats, and that's happening as well. So in the midst of all this solid progress, there are certain trends that are coming about in AI, and these were the ones predicted late last year for this year, and they're all pretty well true. This is where a lot of the money is going. Obviously, metaverse is getting a lot of press. There's a lot of investment, but is it really going to show any return quickly? Not so much. But low code and no code is another really good one. The autonomous vehicles, the ability to use vision and interpret it is getting better. But today, I'm going to talk a little bit about creative AI. I happen to know some of the guild members, in their spare time wear a different hat and are very creative people. And so hopefully this will be a little bit both entertaining and informative. With that, let's take another tangent on some background. Again, I mentioned earlier I'm doing an AI project. What I'm working on is delivery of development and implementation of a deep learning artificial intelligence collection of engines that's focused on language. And the quality levels of AI in reading and interpreting and to be able to recommend improvement has really grown over time, so much so that they need harder tests. They've passed the human capability. So this has been pretty earth-shattering in terms of the people's readiness to apply AI to things and not just say, well, yeah, it's a cool science project. Well, with that, though, there are annoying things like as good as it gets, it still has barriers to human-like intelligence. For example, it doesn't understand coffee drinking or rock, paper, scissors. And really, this is sad because drinking coffee is the fundamental activity from which all other activities flow. Okay, I got a couple people who are listening. Good. And I'm not trying to challenge Dave, your previous presentation, but there's a whole supply chain involved in coffee making that could be better, right? So I'm not trying to pick a fight. I'm just admitting my addiction. How's that? So one of my best quotes for today, I know you guys love quotes, is this one. We just need to be careful how we move forward to protect humanity while attempting to improve the conditions of humanity. That's my belief, and I think this quote kind of says it well. We've got this godlike technology in our society that's built around medieval institutions and Paleolithic emotions that we still are trying to get hold of. So how do we drive through that effectively? Okay, almost done with the intro. How long has that taken? 9 minutes. Okay, maybe I started a minute late. But I'm going to tell a story and tell you why I want to go on the lighter side. 2017, the Center for Human Compatible AI produced a movie called Slaughterbots. Anybody familiar with this? Maybe some of you keep up with this stuff better than I do. But it's about a small quadcopter, about 3 inches in diameter, that carried an explosive charge, and it could kill people by just flying up close enough to them and then blowing itself up. Professor Stuart Russell he's from Berkeley. He's the founder of this human compatible AI team, was in Geneva at a meeting, and he presented this. And as he presented this idea in this video, the Russian ambassador, and that's just sheer irony about where we are today, no targets intended, the Russian ambassador sneered and said, well, that's science fiction. We don't have to worry about this for 25 or 30 years. Well, in that moment, Russell told him right there and then that his robotics colleagues said they could build this with a couple of graduate students in a couple of months. And then to exemplify further, in 3 weeks, there was a Turkish manufacturer called STM. They announced a drone called Kargu that basically was a slightly larger version of the Slaughterbot. So when you think about speed to market and the things we're able to do with robotics and AI these days, the things we can imagine, we can create pretty quickly, not in every instance, but in a number of instances. And my point with all this is there's a whole presentation somebody could give about the dark side and the defense industry and offensive weapons using artificial intelligence. I just like to ignore all that for about 45 minutes and think better thoughts. So that's my intent. With that, the goals I have for today are really to just show those real world developments, help us envision what's being done and imagine what's possible, and to stimulate our thought on approaches, uses, ethics, the impacts of all these things on our humanity, and aid in our ability to see alternative futures. If you come out of this with one new future you hadn't thought of that you might care to exploit, share, or use against somebody who's trying to pitch one you don't like, you know, that's a win. If you come into a world where you see some of the futures I see, that's cool. But it's really about you guys having this as an opportunity to expand your thinking, and that's my goal. So we'll see how successful I am. Everybody on board? Doing okay? All right, I'm going to keep going. I have a lot of slides. I'm expecting you to read them more like jabber. Digital people are real. They're really a thing. And companies have come about all over the place that are creating these digital people. And we're going to look at several of those. Soul Machines is just one example of a company that's making their living now on creating AI influencers, AI spokespersons, whatever. And I mentioned earlier, politics and religion. You know, it's bad form. We were all taught at a young age, don't talk politics and religion. So I'm asking the open question, is it okay to talk about artificial intelligence that's dabbling in politics or religion? We're going to find out, because that's what we're going to do. Not exclusively, but there's a lot of that here. So here we go. The curated collection. I'm going to start going in the Wayback Machine all the way back to 2017. Look how far we've come in a few years. This guy is named Bless You Too. and he's a German robot priest who was introduced as part of the 500th anniversary of Martin Luther's nailing his 95 Theses to the door. And he offers blessings in multiple languages. You can have him or he be a male or female voice, flashes its arms and reads you a verse and says, God bless you and protect you. You know, the pretty crude symbolism. Yeah, I don't know if he can do the signs of the cross, but I would be shocked if they weren't trying to teach him that. And then, you know, if you really like your experience, you can push a button and get a printout. And I can imagine that as crude as that was during days of COVID, if people went to the church, they might have enjoyed that moment. And there's actually some AI fueling all this, but it is pretty crude. So that's where we have a starting point with our religious experience. But trying to be equal opportunity here and diverse. So let's talk about the Robo Rabbi. This is an AI that gives daily tasks to improve your spiritual journey. So it's almost like having a mentor or an advisor who has a spiritual focus. And the lady who programmed it to understand and think critically using AI and to offer interesting insights on the human world. So, you know, in this example, it's like, I want you to take this challenge, go do this today, see if that doesn't improve your life or the life of others. Pretty cool. And again, you can see just from the displays how crude some of this is, but effective use of AI regardless of the interface. We're going to get to some more that are more sophisticated. Let's go over to Japan. There is a place called Kodaiji. It's a 400-year-old Buddhist temple. And they've invented this AI called Mindar or Mindar. I'm not quite sure how you would pronounce it. Probably Minda if you're there. Designed to look like Canon, who is the goddess of mercy. And it's a fully robotic silicon skin teacher. And you can kind of imagine if a robe was placed over top of Mindar, what that might be. But these things are happening around the globe. I'm going to keep going. We've got one. This was one that was an art project. This was a Demet Strebe, was a visiting MIT artist. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but created this art project that basically ingested the entirety of all of our scripture across all religions and some other cool things, prayer collection, and designed it to take all that and create its own prayers. And so you can picture this thing that they created a mouth and nose that'll move, and it will chant and or sing and or speak prayers 24/7. And this was all the way back in 2020 when this came out. And it basically has a deep neural network that develops text for the prayer, and then it feeds that into Amazon Polly, text-to-speech translator, and then decides whether it's going to sing it, chant it, or speak it, or rap it. But it does this instantaneously and just keeps going based on the text. So you could get a whole lot of homogenized garbage possibly, but I would also expect you might get some pretty cool, inspiring thought from a worldwide view of spiritual truths. So I haven't experienced it, but you can see videos of it online. Okay, you guys still tracking? All right, I see some engagement. I'm happy with that. I'm not done. I'm going to keep going. How about Santo? Santo is an AI Catholic priest that was built in Warsaw during the pandemic. And the idea is, since we can't come into contact with each other, let's just have this robot that can do sort of what some of the others were doing. And Santo is sort of set up in this shrine, and you could come in and you could ask it a question, and it might not directly answer it, but it would take keywords out of what you asked it and bring you either a Bible verse or a blessing or something. And, you know, the quote here, it didn't answer my question directly, but did reply with something I thought was kind of relevant. So that was a cool one that has come about. And of course, you know, this AI is attached to this little statuette, and I can't remember if this one moves or not. Probably does. I think the light behind it, just almost like our Zoom, you can't even see it. Our Zoom lights and selfie rings or whatever, I think it lights up when it speaks, but it's been a while since I looked at that one. So that's Santo. I haven't covered every religion yet, but I'm closing in. We're getting there. Back to the Buddhists. There's a Buddhist monk called Fra Mana Ai, or AI. And he's invented to be a 30-year-old Buddhist monk who understands the teenage world. So he's the hip monk. And, you know, one of his posts, he's talking about, hey, when your crypto goes up and down, it's, you know, just be happy when it's up and keep yourself under control when it's down. So everybody's trying to be relevant. Everybody's doing this across the world in one way or another. So I don't know a whole lot more about Frau Mana Ai, but one of the things I did learn is not all of the monks or elders in Thailand where this AI exists actually understand that he's not a real person. Some of them will see posts or hear things and they think he's a real person. They're still trying to help people understand, hey, this is what this is. So that was interesting. I'm going to shift gears a little bit away from religion and start to talk influencers. And speaking of Thailand, they have an AI influencer too, and I believe you would pronounce her name Ailan or Island. This is from SIA, and she's the first virtual influencer in Thailand. The company's website describes her as a 21-year-old, 165 centimeter tall extrovert. She's smart and full of confidence. She's bold and has an AB blood type. Outside of that, not much is known about her, but their goals with creating her were to appeal to brands that wanted more of a unique approach to marketing at a time when digital advertising is thriving. And so like with Soul Machines, these companies are popping up everywhere to create these avatars, these digital people. So this is an example, Island. Anybody heard of her before? I read about her, but that's one that came from Thailand. So the idea of digital influencers is moving along here. Speaking of digital influencers, how many of you heard of Ludo Magula? No, okay. So she's been around a while, and she, back in 2009, became a YouTube influencer to hype this iBlog TV for a magazine called Louisa. And she first appeared way back 2009 and was the world's first famous virtual influencer. And she takes part in unboxing videos and product reviews and other activities all around social media accounts. And she's helped Adidas in particular increase their consumer engagement from a social perspective. But get this, last time I checked, she had 5.5 million followers on Instagram and 4.2 million followers on TikTok. So let's pause for a minute and talk about these fake influencers since I've introduced this idea. Why would you do that? Well, some of you can already envision this. They never age unless you want them to. They don't have scandals unless you want them to, because, you know, even bad news is good news, right? Maybe it's a scandal. You want to push the edge of the envelope and say, hey, this person did this. You might think it's a scandal, but a whole lot of people think that's cool. But anyhow, you can manage those things, and there's no time constraints. You can be in 5 places at once, and we'll talk more about that later. Okay, so I got more. Let's talk about Rosie O. And Rosie O is in South Korea, not to be outdone by the folks in Thailand and elsewhere. Rosie O means one and only in Korean, and she has over 100 sponsorships. She came out of Sidus Studio X. Gonna keep going. Remember I talked about being more than one place at one time. Also from South Korea, let's shift over into politics. We did religion, we talked some influencers. Let's go political now. Any of you guys know Korean politics? I don't, but I've learned. There's a guy named Yoon Suk Yeol, and I'm sure I'm pronouncing it poorly. In 2021, he was a presidential candidate, and he had fallen from grace at one point and kind of had a comeback. And he launched an AI-fueled avatar of himself that he called AI Yoon Suk Yeol. AI Yoon Suk campaign in parts of the country he couldn't visit was his idea. And it was basically a photorealistic rendering of his face with a deep fake version of his voice. Okay, so that's the guy on the left, Yoon Suk Yeol. Well, not to be outdone, his opponent, Kim Dong-yeon, released his own AI cyber spokesperson called AIDY, 80. And then, and that would be the cyber spokesperson, but then he had his own avatar called Wendy, Wendy. And AD resembled a polygon character that you would see like in a video game or in a metaverse platform. But Wendy is a realistic rendering of Kim. And though those avatars made some flashy debuts in Korean politics, their roles were limited because all they could really do is read prepared scripts or show simple gestures, because they hadn't been trained on all the gestures and language and their language characteristics to a deep level yet. But that took place in 2021. And by the way, Yoon Suk-yeol won the election and is today the president of South Korea. So I had no idea this was going on until I started reading about it. And I thought, well, they're trying to push the envelope. That's cool. All right. I may be done with religion and politics. I'm not sure. It seems like I didn't lose anybody, or nobody's got a really bad frown. So I think I did okay. That social experiment has been completed. Maybe. Let's talk Bato. Bato, AI and artificial humans in the world of art. The AI artist Bato generates art that's sold as NFTs, and based on being trained in all the great art of the last 5,000 years. So you think about it, all the things you need to train for language, that's a daunting task. And like I showed earlier, that's getting a lot better. Art, depending on your view of the results of the art, is actually simpler to train. It's like, here's the image. Once they consume it, okay, now I know what art looks like, and I know what styles look like. Once you train it on all those, you know, here's impression, here's modern, here's postmodern, here's photorealistic, whatever. Then you give them prompts, and you would say, paint me something scary. And as the art is tagged with what it is and isn't, and keywords and the titles even, allow these things to generate art. But here's some of Bato's art. Recently, it sold one of its items for $1.3 million. So these are kind of cool. I don't know if I want them hanging in my house, but if they're just NFTs and I'm playing crypto, I guess maybe that's a way to go. Here's something maybe more suitable for our homes. This is called Creativity Machine. In 2018, a guy named Stephen Thaler filed an application to register a copyright for a computer-generated image that was created autonomously by a computer algorithm that he calls Creativity Machine. And the US Copyright Office refused to give a copyright because it lacked human authorship. So that's an interesting little cycle we're going to go through here with AI. When AI creates something, can I patent it? Can I copyright it? I can certainly patent it, but can I patent it in the name of the AI, or do I have to patent it in the name of the creator of the AI? And then you talk about, does that mean the programmer created it? So if it does something bad, that programmer's liable? We've had some of those discussions before. So anyhow, interesting things we're getting into, but basically they gave it a prompt, and it created this beautiful, I think it's beautiful. It's called a recent entrance to paradise. It's like, show me what it looks like going into paradise on a train or something, and it created this beautiful image. Hope that's coming through well on your screens. Okay. Gonna keep rolling. Not only do we have AI that just creates NFTs, but we have robots that are AI driven that paint and create art. So this is Ada. And Ada is a humanoid, robotic, AI-driven artist. And if you were curious, she's British. She was trained by exposure to all the great masterworks and styles. And the funny on her was, she's been around a while, but she was shipped to Egypt for a art show at the Great Pyramids. And the Egyptian Border Patrol, the border authorities, held her up because they suspected she was part of some kind of undercover espionage spy effort. And what triggered them was she has a modem internally to her for communicating to the computing. And then her eyes are actually cameras. So she has little cameras in her eyes. So it took them a while, but they let her go on through. But she visually looks at things and then paints responses to what she sees. So it's almost like this artist who's going to set themselves up by the seashore and paint their idea of what this looks like. That's kind of what she's been developed to do. Pretty cool piece of work, I'd say. How many of you guys know about thispersondoesnotexist.com? This has been around a while. Anybody? Okay, couple. Thispersondoesnotexist.com. What you do is you go there, you type those words in, and it will generate for you, that's all it does, an image of a non-existent person that looks like a real person. And oftentimes when I look at these people, it's like, hey, I know that person, or that looks just like my cousin Biff. You know, you see these people and they look so real, but they're completely fake. This has been around a while. I use it quite often just to stimulate thinking with people, to show them what can be done. It does have some quirks. What you do is just keep refreshing the web page. That's the fastest way to see the next image, because all it does is just show you a rendering of a fake person. But if you refresh it and refresh it, eventually it'll choke, and it'll take some piece of clothing hanging off somebody's ear that isn't quite right. Or it'll take like two different styles of glasses and show them together, and it doesn't look quite right. And in fact, if you look at the lady with the glasses here, she's got like some sort of a bridge thing popping up on the one side that's a little off. But when you look at things that come out really well, it's like, that just looks like a really good photograph. But this is cool. This, it's addicting. I'll just say that when you ponder what it's doing and how well it's doing it. Okay, let's keep rolling. How about Amika? Amika is a gender-neutral humanoid robot designed to work with humans from a company called Mesmer. The focus was on building a natural human gesture robot. And it is creepy. If you watch the video, some of the facial expressions they've put into it, it creeps people out. I'm not too creeped out by it, but it can't walk yet, but it's built in modules, and it has an API feature-centric build that's cloud-enabled. So basically, you can control this from the cloud, and it's built in modules with APIs so that each of those can interact independently. So someday they'll perfect walking robots that are in humanoid size. They don't tip over, they don't trip. Till then, they're focused on everything else, and it's just modular. So this is Amika. I think I got a few more. This is a funny one. I thought it was funny. It could be real. I don't know. Let's just look at this as just for grins. There's a YouTuber, a guy, he picked up an Alexa microwave. You guys familiar with Alexa powered microwaves? Like it's not enough that you can have Alexa control devices that can control devices, but they actually, Amazon released some microwaves that are Alexa enabled. And so you could just say, you know, nuke my coffee or whatever. How the stuff gets in the microwave via voice control, I'm not quite sure. So I don't know what the value of that is. Like, I can't push the buttons, I got to talk. Anyhow, maybe your hands are full. I don't know. He picked up one of those and then he hacked it. And he plugged it into an AI to give it a personality. Why would he do such a thing? Well, when he was a child, and he's in his late 20s, I'm going to say, when he was a child, he, like a lot of kids, he invented an imaginary friend. His imaginary friend was a microwave that was in his house. And I think he called it Megatron. And because he was pretty imaginative, and if you watch the YouTube video, you'll get it that he's imaginative, he gave it a backstory. He spent hours thinking about this microwave and its life. And in fact, he gave it a backstory that included that it had lived in a previous life as a soldier in World War I. So he, in order to program the AI, he started writing down everything he did with that microwave, their conversations, the backstory he gave it, everything about its life when he was a young child. And it turned out to be 100 pages of typed backstory. He fed that into the AI, and he starts having conversations with it because he plugs it into an Alexa device. He gives it a voice that he likes. And in the conversations, the machine starts to talk to him about wanting to kill him. So he has a really entertaining video, about a half hour, 20 minutes, if you want to watch it. But the things that are happening now are things we wouldn't imagine or think of. But this is based on his real life experience, which is weird enough. So I just had to throw that one in. Let's talk about closing this thing, and we can have some conversation. I know I triggered Augustine with this, but we have all this fear and all this concern and anticipation that's building over AI. And there's still big mysteries that lie ahead for us. But just even from some of these examples, you can get clues as to how this is developing. And I'm going to make some conclusions of my own. You guys can agree, disagree, or enlighten me. But I think as we look forward, I think about things like this. And you know, those of you who know me, you know I go this direction. But we have this increasing reliance on machines for the things that we find mundane or repetitive. Yeah, that's good. But things that we trust are going to be researched well and factually, and we can just lean on the machines for that. And I think that's exactly where we need to go. But what it could lead to, scientists, sociologists, others are learning, is sort of having dumbed down our lives in some ways. And I'm very focused in my work as a hack futurist and as a concerned human more so, in promoting futures that maximize our connections to the enduring elements of human living that I believe we were made for. And so, you know, you start with eating and sleeping and interacting, and you work your way around Maslow's hierarchy, and you don't go too far in order to be true to yourself, so to speak, as a human species. But as I said before, it's all about the metaverse for me, not the metaverse. And yet, I do see that we're going to have these environments that are not metaphysical. They are metaverse environments. So I'm not above using tools and developments that extend how I interact and live as a human in ways that prove to be both responsible and rewarding. And yet I'm cautious. So that's not news to some of you. And as we expand our use of technology to replace real world metaphysical things with imitation metaversical things, we also, in my opinion, expand the likelihood of a least common denominator version of humanity that might be accepted as right or vetted and acceptable. And that causes me to really reflect on Einstein's statement here, that, you know, the day that the technology surpasses our own interaction as humans, we're going to have a generation of idiots. So we have to caution ourselves on that and be careful to use the machines for what we can get out of them that benefit humanity in ways that we were meant to be, not so much over-index on them for expanding humanity to be something it wasn't meant to be, or we don't know about. And as we do that, we just have to be careful. I'm not saying don't experiment. Let the science take it to where it's going to take us, but let's manage it. And so to that, I got these conclusions. I didn't think long and hard on these, but I wanted to put this out there as a discussion starter. Is when you look at just the segments we did today, I think it's a good overview of the state of the art in science in AI, robotics, machine learning, RPA. And I think the promise of an artificial general intelligence is still far off, but, you know, far gets closer and shorter every day, right? When we used to say things would take 5 or 10 years, now we say they'll take a couple of years. And things we thought would take 30 or 40 years happen in a decade. So we've got work to do, but the efforts to move us closer to realizing the promise of an artificial general intelligence are on the rise. Some of those are just still brute force and volume, and they aren't going to stand the test of time. They're just going to create excitement and hype. I think, and I was talking to Rob about this the other day, quantum computing and other breakthroughs scientifically are going to give us a greater likelihood of getting at this true AGI. And yet, let's not forget that AI and advances there are making a difference in business and efficiency, removing a lot of tasks from humans that the machines can do faster and better, and they can do them more consistently. Yeah, they're going to make errors, but we're actually at a point where most of the errors they're making are at a much lower level than the humans. And so if they consistently make those errors, we can seek those out and manage those. The ethical and reputational opportunities continue to be evasive, because when you turn things over to these machines and you start doing things with machines that are, you know, beyond your control, and some are, those things are outpacing our ability to control them in some instances. Maybe not so much with the microwave, the killer microwave. That may not be a good case study, for that, but it makes the point. And I'm really looking forward to us being able to apply AI to greater societal needs, which I think is a wide open opportunity with promise. So some of the things even Dave was talking about, how do we maximize the next society we aspire to be and bring about futures that are closer to something we would say is a better society, a better world. That's what I'm trying to channel energy into. And so hopefully with just this very light touch on some science projects, let's call them, this is what's happening and where it's going. And these are not things that are generating tons and tons of money, but you can see where they would. And certainly when you talk about the influencers and avatars. All right. I'm ready for questions and commentary. You know, this is my standard QA slide, but we may want more commentary and reactions than questions. But thank you guys for your attention, and let's turn it over to the remaining 15 minutes, which is now 21, because I went rapidly.
Thank you, Gord. Amazing survey, thoughtful. You covered religion, politics, art. I noticed you ignored sex. I'm not sure why. We'll talk about that later. A little Freudian there, but since we're talking about things like that evoke responses.
Wait, the sex and drugs and rock and roll is a different audience, a different, well, maybe the same audience, but a different speech. And I'm not really qualified to do that. I'm a faker.
Except so I know that when with a survey like this, when I hear someone say, well, it's artificial intelligence is not real or it's not there, it's like, you're just not in the modern world. I know it's not spread evenly across the world. You just don't have access to simple things like software and internet because it's infused everywhere. Yeah. It took 10 years really to infuse everywhere. We can't have what we do here. None of it. What I'm doing in the background here of grabbing the links as we go along here. It's not, I know that there's an agent behind me helping me do this really quickly and efficiently. I've noticed behind the scenes, like my news stream just changes. I'm doing a set of marketing with a company called Snowflake. And because I'm doing that, I'm searching it like a researcher. In my Facebook stream, I'm getting offered ebooks as I'm being watched, and it's offered, but it's like, I need that. I need that thing like right now. And I got asked by the CEO of my company, like, where'd you get this? Well, I was on Facebook posting a Wordle, and this architecture book that we need to read came up. So I treat AI as my assistant. That's my philosophy and frame. Yes. It's a tool that's magnificent, that is sharp like a knife, useful when I want to cut toast. But Gord, so what is your biggest optimism related to AI in, we'll do 1,000-day radar type stuff, so in 3 years? So probably exists. What are you like, I think this is going to happen, Rob?
Yeah. For me, I think it's going to be the openness of information. And I'll say it that way. I'm aware that most, and I'm going to say most of the science, because it's almost half or more of the science that's taking place in this world today is happening in China. And another large portion of science and intellect and contributions to society also comes from people from other, I'll say, information constrained societies. And, I'll toss Russia in there. Now, that being said, that information constraint, the use of AI to go get information and the use of information to understand reality, there's how many gates and how many walls can you put up to constrain reality from people from an information perspective in a community of scientists that's in the millions, maybe a billion? It's going to break. I think the flow of information through AI, because people demand it, once they understand that it's real and that it's available and they can get it, it's going to be harder and harder to keep the walls up that prevent people from understanding the realities of our global place for each of us. So that to me is something I'm very interested in. I can't articulate it well, but I think closed societies gaining access to information, AI is going to bust that open. And all you got to do is just look at what's going on in this terrible war in Ukraine. Look at it from either side for the sake of the discussion about the technology. The texts and the phone calls going back to Russia explaining what's happening in the Ukraine that's a little different than what they see on TV. And the phone calls and the texts from Russians living in Ukraine that are going back to those people. How do you shut all that down? It's not very easy. So that information flow is happening. And as scientists in other information constrained parts of the world share their science and they share it with the world, they gain access to things. You know, it used to be people from some of these parts of the world that have all these beautiful people who just live under a certain style of information flow. They would only get out if they were a famous artist or a famous athlete or a musician, and then they would just be escorted around the world and then come back and then go back to the darkness, let's say. That's all changing so rapidly, and as slow as it feels like for those of us who feel like we have good information, it's there. I'm going to add to that because I know the counter to this. With that free flow of information comes the free flow of misinformation, disinformation, and stupidity. So that's why I don't turn over my whole life. You know, that sharp knife you talked about, it's double-edged, and you got to handle it carefully. So to me, AI helping us through that with probabilities and with science to know what could be a fact or couldn't, so I can then go deeper. I think that's a big thing. Sorry to take so long in that answer. I want to be careful not to offend and to express the idea, not the political commentary.
That's why we brought you here and welcome you to share your ideas. We want to know what you think.
All right.
Now, I know Lauren has a position on AI that we've talked about at length. You want to share a little bit, Lauren, about what you think AI will do to us in 3 years if we're not careful?
I'm not sure what you're prompting me to say.
Do you think that AI is dangerous, and how will it be misused by politicians and cults?
Yeah, kind of back to the last presentation on there was a quote by E.O. Wilson on Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. So one thing I got from Hawkins' book, what is it, 1,000 Brains, is that he was saying that AI is actually we're not going to be overtaken by AI. It's just not that smart. The problem is stupid people with relying on, you know, the limbic system as who was it? Chuck? Yeah, as Chuck was talking about. Yeah, is stupid people and using their limbic emotions, using these powerful AI things. So it's not the AI that's the issue as much as bad decision making. I don't know if that's what you were getting at.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Thanks for sharing, Lauren. In the hands of stupid people on stupid people, that's got probably a spectrum too of what that really means. The decay effect is that one when Dunning-Kruger came out. It's like, wow, that really is a thing. It's what I try and measure myself by that. Measure when I'm feeling overconfident that I know so much about something. It's false. I really don't. I'm achieving a level of stupidity that's about to happen. Sean, thinking about AI, what are you optimistic about? You're the most optimistic person in the guild. You are the measure.
Oh my Lord. I'm not too sure. I think Denise just joined us with a woot woot. So I think she might be more optimism than me. I was going to go down a dark road and ask Gordon as well, because one of our gray swans for the year was there would be a chart topping band that was completely produced by AI. So, you know, the Backstreet Boys or whatever catchy little tune would be an AI band. And so it gets at some of the humanization of AI that you're talking about. Ooh, very nice fox, by the way. I don't even know. Is that Rob or is that Gordon? Okay, Rob.
Rob.
So between that and between the war that you had brought up as well, it's interesting how I'm going to put those two in a scope and give you a question. Part of the very thought about being human sometimes is the struggle, right? You know, Leonard Cohen took 8 years to bang out Hallelujah as a song, and boy, aren't we glad that he was able to do it. The World War I was so bad. Now, granted, it wasn't the war that ended all wars, but you know, it kept us out of maybe a war for 20, 25 years because it was just so gruesome that people didn't like the horrors of war. In both those cases, positive, negative, what have you, where does the human struggle on this go when an AI can produce something in mere seconds, if not minutes of time?
That preconceived notion of this time is a construct that we make up. A human time is just human. The idea that how fast computers go, I think one of my first lessons as a computer scientist was that computers go really, really fast. We actually had to, in the first game that I wrote with a partner, we spent more time slowing down the computer. And this is an old computer, a little microcomputer that's nowhere near what we have on our desktops now, nowhere near the CPU that's driving this Fox was. And we spent all this time writing an algorithm to slow the computer down. So the sense of time that we have is going to really change when we have these things. And I'm optimistic that that time speed will change for everyone, the way we work and the way we think.
Small sidebar. I think I'm now getting the answer to the question that Ilvis gave us a couple years back. What does the fox say? It looks like I'm seeing it point blank from you, Rob. Gordon, I'm curious on your own thoughts too, in terms of human struggle versus AI brutal efficiency and where the two meet.
Well, I think the business is driving a lot. Government is catching up. You know, the regulations that some of us have talked about that are coming in Europe and China, which is interesting because China has to keep up with regulations in order to keep the information flow quiet. So those two are probably going to lead the charge on how and when we use AI associated with global spread. But there's this capitalist drive of AI that's going to take us there. And so the idea of regulation is concerning because it's going to be one of those deals where we have things before we know how to control them. And to me, I think our society, global society, coming together and self-checking is what's kind of keeping things together. And I see more of that over a period of time because we'll just ignore the borders, the barriers, and say what's best for people. That manage and control by consensus seems to be very real. But then the same was true of security and cybersecurity until the 2010s, when institutionalized, mob-oriented global cyber threat became a major thing. So I think when you asked the question the way you did, Sean, I started to immediately think about the deep fakes, and those are probably the next thing to go after. And there is some work being done there too, to just as quick as something comes out, validate it as being real or having been manipulated. And but that's going to get more difficult and more difficult because, I mean, now they're going to start making movies where actors mouth all the phonics and it gets recorded, and then either CGI or other people who are paid nothing go do all the movements, and then they insert the deep fake and you've made the movie. And you can have them move their mouth and lips and translate into whatever language, and you don't get that really bad kung fu movie effect of the lips move and then the words come out and then the lips are still moving. I mean, you basically get, it looks like it was recorded in that language. So I don't know, I'm rambling a bit, but I think humanity checking itself is going to continue to be the way this evolves for a while, because while regulation is coming, that regulation is coming from different angles, and business in the meantime is going to exploit things. I just think there's so many checks on business now because of our global society. It's hard for legitimate business to go do something really stupid and get away with it, because people come down on them pretty fast, even on things that people think are a problem, even if they're not. You know, our friends at Facebook have lost many battles, and rightly so, but they've also been beaten up for things that really were just a perception or a concern that wasn't real. So I still see the human checking ourselves for a while as being the way it happens, if that answers your question.
I think it does. I think I'll look forward to the 2035 Oscars, where an AI will be accepting the Best Actor award. It seems like we always love our actors that like to imitate historical people or whatever. It seems like AI is just going to make that so brutally easy.
Yeah. And then who is it going to be? A human that slaps the person, or is it going to be a robot or a hologram, or, you know, and will it hurt? These questions we must answer.
I love it, Gordon. Thank you.
Questions from the audience or comments? Chuck, Terrence, thank you for joining. Lauren, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, Gordon, what can you sum up kind of the thesis of your presentation in a couple sentences?
Yeah, I'll try. I'm a rambler. I think the thesis of the presentation is that just by examining what's going on in the use of AI in some things that aren't generally business oriented, but they're socio-economically, geopolitical, or entertainment, just by examining those uses of AI, we can identify the state of the art for AI across the board. You know, the influencers, certainly that's capitalist driven. The other things are more for the betterment of society or to get my message out driven. And I think when you look there, you can see pretty quickly what can be done, what is being done, and how fast it's growing and changing. So to me, that was a good way to look at it, rather than go through some boring discussion about the manufacturing plant and robots there, and describing how the project I'm working on, where we're reading hundreds of thousands of manuscripts that have a scientific bent to them, and you can't just plug in Grammarly. You need something that can not introduce scientific error, but can edit the documents, 50% of which are coming from China, and it's all being published and edited in English. You know, those are all real things, but it's not as interesting to look at as Santo or some of those other people. So that was my idea. I appreciate the active listening, both in the chat and your those of you who had your videos on, your facials. Appreciate that. It's almost like being there. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Gord. As usual, wonderful presenter. Great survey. I like that style. It gets all the synapses firing rapid fire as we're used to now, and the speed of it. And to my taste, personally, a little bit of overload. Right, without that kind of cognitive dissonance, like, hey, I'm being overloaded here, and then your body reacts, your mind reacts to being overloaded, and like, hey, can I get those slides, Gord?
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of links there. Then thank you for sharing. Thank you for being with us. I know you're going to be around later today. You're one of our captains. You'll be fulfilling the role that I've been playing a little bit here, and working with the audience and working with the speakers. And I know that as we talk about things like AI and what it'll impact upon us, we link that to what Dave was talking about, metaphors and leadership. And what I was talking about, my philosophy of AI as an assistant assistant or servant or partner. Well, this is about leadership. And I know we have coming up next, Louise Mowbray is coming us, and she's going to talk about the wisdom of leadership. And I know that we'll go on a broad surf around our minds, both from an individual perspective and a community perspective, an empathetic perspective, in a very supportive, safe way. Louise, we're going to bring you to the stage. We're a little early now, and then I'm going to stop the recording and start it. So what we're doing when I do that, and if you notice along the way that there's stops and starts, it's that we do our post-production in real time. So what we do at the Guild, this is Day of the Swan. This is a annual event that we do. It's an unconference. We bring together great thinkers and great people of the Guild and outside the Guild and near the Guild together to look back across the last year. This is our second anniversary doing this, and take those pieces of information, those signals, and look forward to do some sense making, 2 words, futures thinking. That's the theme of this year. We brought together, Sean said there's 24 now, so we had running live sessions around the clock. I actually did the first session last night with Rick Botello. He was in Oslo at the Oslo Open Freedom Forum, which is a fascinating thing. We'll post that to that was the first session we did. It was live to recording. Now I'm going to introduce, first we're going to stop the recording and then start it. Pause for a second and we'll stop and we say yes. And we're back live at our third session of the morning. It is almost 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. What time is it in South Africa, Louise?
Hi, Rob. It is 5 p.m. exactly, so we're dead on time.
5 p.m. You seem to be with me in the daylight, but you're on the way to sunset.
Yeah, exactly.
So Louise is a great Swan, a great contributor. She's contributed early on in formal sessions. One of the first great sessions I observed Louise do was an atelier, which is a long form workshop that we run. And she did one on resilience that I will say again, because I say it over and over again, it should be a book. The frame that you laid out and the communication was brilliant. We have that posted on our YouTube channel. It's available for you to see again. Sean, if you're good and fast behind me, you'll post that link. Louise is a future-focused professional coach, thought partner, and advisor to purpose-driven leaders, entrepreneurs, and the C-suite. She comes back with a background in psychology and business. She's been an investment banker. She's been an expert builder of companies through the humanity of placing people in those companies to help grow them. And her lens from commercial going to people now into advising leadership is just a brilliant arc. If you get a moment of her time, please take it. It's worth it. Louise, please tell us a little bit more about yourself and then wind into your wonderful talk about leadership and wisdom.
Thank you, Rob. I just want to check before I start. Can you see my screen that I've shared?
Thank you for the check.
Oh, good. Okay, fantastic. Gosh, what a way to introduce somebody. Thank you, Rob. I hope I can live up to all of that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I won't get into my background too much. What I'd rather do is spend this session with all of you. And for me, it's a bit of an exploration because I think the question of collective wisdom and the future of leadership and how we can work better together is always sounds brilliant in theory. And yet, of course, we've all worked in teams, we've all put teams together, we've all stepped out of teams, we've all tried to bring the right people in and perhaps shift people out for better results, whatever that looks like. And it can be enormously frustrating. It can be unbelievably joyous and productive, etc., but it can also be enormously frustrating. So what I wanted to do was to really just take you on a little exploration of 3 things. the power of collective wisdom, what it actually means to be future fit, because I think we've got to put things in the context of not only today, but where we're moving into. And I'm so glad that Gordon and Dave shared so much knowledge with us to begin with. And of course, Sean giving us a snapshot of where we are today and where we might be heading, because it puts things into the right context. And of course, the question of the future of leadership. I think human beings and all of their beautiful qualities prevail and will do. But let's take a look at that as well and see what we might learn today with a little bit of behavioral science chucked in. So I've got to start, of course, with the question of wisdom. And I think this little definition, what is collective wisdom? Well, wisdom, probably the most common definition, is the ability to contemplate and act using knowledge, experience, understanding, common sense, and insight. And I know that that sounds brilliant. And I'm sure that if we look at all of those words, we will, each of us, have some deep knowledge in terms of what we do, experience, of course, which is not without its own set of biases. Of course, people come with biases. It's part and parcel of who we are. An understanding, and that may differ from one person to another. Common sense, arguably some people have more of it than others, but who's to judge? And insight, what does that mean? How are we fueling our insight? How are we actually feeding ourselves with the types of information that challenges our belief systems, that challenges our biases, so that we remain open and that we are constantly wowed by what's going on in the world and with each other, because I think for me, that's really what it's all about, that deep curiosity and ability to observe. And then, of course, the insights arrive, those lovely little aha moments that power us through and take us on to the next level or the next step or the next wave of learning or journey, or however you want to think about it. The worst thing is being stuck. I personally find that if I'm sitting in a space where I'm not learning and I'm looking for the next thing and I'm looking for a bit of inspiration and it's tricky, it's probably the muddiest place I find myself, and I really don't enjoy it much. But there must be time in between as well, where we can actually gather what we've learned and find something useful to do with it. So my little journey into the collective wisdom piece, I just take you through some of the things that I've observed, and I'll take you back to about 2019, when I started doing a whole bunch of work using some behavioral science tools. And I think today, when working with leadership teams, any teams, working with leaders, C-suite, boards, it's really tricky to come into these conversations based on your own biases and your own subjective experience and what we think works best. And of course, there's another best thing around the corner. And I think that organizations now are demanding so much more. How do we actually gain some insight as to where people are so that we've got a starting point? And the other extraordinary thing about working with some behavioral science is that it brings on enormous humility to realize that we're not perfect. We can't be all things to all people. It's just not possible. So when I was looking for a suite of digitally integrated tools, my view in the world is, if you're going to become a practitioner in anything that hopefully will add value to what you do in terms of your business and actually delivers the transformation that you're looking to achieve with clients. I think we're only as good as our last job in a way when we work in organizations like mine and many of yours. You're probably going to look at gold standard and not much else. So I was on the search. My business is now 17 years young, and I've been on the search for a long time. And before that, I worked in global executive search, and I founded one to work with the VC community. And, having witnessed in global executive search, in London, we had 60 consultants. I was one of them. We had a team of 15 organizational psychologists working with every possible psychometric tool, you name it, on the planet. And I just remember from that time, never accepting one one personality profile. I always wanted at least 3, because typically these profiles of old box, stereotype, and label people. And it's really not very useful to understand how that person's going to fit in culturally, or how, what kind of job they're going to do. So it took me a long, long time to actually find something that was contemporary of this world. And this is the organization I decided to work with. I won't get into all of that because I'm not here to sell Lumina Learning, but I just want to share what I learned and what I discovered. And the first is I just want to share a little video with you. Of course, Lumina actually represent our personalities, which are the psychological Big Five and Jung, in these brilliant graphic splashes that show, and each one of these splashes, and I'm just going to pause it there, each one of these splashes is a human being. It's a person. And as we can see from going through this little movie that I've chucked together for you, we are so diverse. I mean, look at that. There isn't one shape of a human being in terms of personality that is the same as another, and with all their nuances. And what this organization does is it measures both ends of the continuum, which allows us to really embrace our paradoxes, because we are paradoxical. We can be extroverted and we can be people focused. And traditionally in a lot of these things, we just don't see that. It's very linear. So this was the first thing. It was like, wow, I'm seeing in pictorial form, I'm seeing in data form, how very different we are. And then of course you put people into a team, and this is where it becomes particularly interesting. So I'm going to press play, and what you're going to see is all these little dots. Each one is a person in an actual team, one of my clients. And the first view is these people under what we call their underlying personas. That's who they are. They're most natural, they're most comfortable, most motivated. It's a side of themselves they don't always show the world. The second view is how they're showing up. It's their everyday persona. So this is basically, of course, dependent on culture, who your boss is, what kind of pressures and stresses we're involved in every day. Of course, in the pandemic, people were showing up in a very different way to other times. Or you might change jobs and you show up. Anyway, that's the beautiful thing about human beings. They're mutable and dynamic, and they change. And this gives you that second view as well. But it also, importantly, gives you an overextended view. When people are behaving unconsciously, their buttons are pushed. I call it overcooked. So it's when people are out of, they've lost their stuff, right? And I'm trying desperately not to swear in this video. So, so this particular view will show you those 3 views, how people move between those 3 states. And here we're looking at underlying, and now they've shifted. That's how they're showing up every day. And the last the last movement is under extreme stress or pressure. So we can see how different people are collectively together. And if we understand under different circumstances, and if we understand anything about collective wisdom or collective consciousness or confirmation bias or all of these things, where collectively, when we come together, something extraordinary happens. We can understand how powerful it is for a team to be able to see, or a group of people to be able to see, wow, we're under extreme stress or pressure. We are behaving in this way. And to be able to then do something about it. Because I think information really gives one so much power. How do we actually make change unless we've got something that we can have a look at and go, wow, that's actually what's going on. So for me, this is just the eye opener. It just opens the door. And when, as a team member, or as a part of a group, or as a part of a transformation team, or a part of an innovation team, or whatever part you're playing, when you can actually see that the qualities that you have, we've all got room to grow, and yet somebody else might have exactly what you need in order to get stuff done better. So this is the great leveler, when we bring people together and they can see how different people add value to the team, add value to the effort, the objective, the purpose, whatever it is you're going after, then suddenly things shift. So you'll know, and I know, and you've probably been involved in sessions like this, that we're all delivering sessions on psychological safety, resilience, trust, all of these things that are desirous, diversity, inclusion, equity, belonging. And yet, if you get a group of people in a room and you're delivering a session on trust and you're looking at your colleague over the boardroom table who threw you under the bus 3 months ago, it doesn't really matter how much lovely stuff somebody tells you about trust. You're going to be nodding and saying all the right stuff, but you'll be looking at that person thinking, no matter what happens, I still do not trust you. And what this does is that actually the byproduct of doing something like this is we appreciate diversity because somebody else has got stuff I haven't got, and boy, do I need you. The second thing, of course, is trust, because I trust that you can deliver that piece. It almost happens as a byproduct. And the psychological safety is created by that shared experience. So I just want to show you one last, I guess, model that might be of interest to the people in this room. And that is something called innovative behaviors. And this model was developed for KFAS, the Kuwaiti Foundation for the Advancement of Science. And it came to Lumen and said, we want to do something around innovation. Can you tell us what behaviors are needed to go through a cycle of innovation, to get from an ideas phase to something that's actually out of the door in production and profitable? So Lumen brought together a whole bunch of big thinkers and PhDs and heads of innovation from around the world and said, okay, let's agree on a model of the various different phases that an organization needs to go through in order to arrive at innovation. And innovation almost is the byproduct. Getting it to market is a whole nother story. So we need all of that stuff. And so this is the model that they came up that KFAS are delivering. They also developed a model around agile thinking, which is also based on personality. So now if we look at exactly the same team, and I don't want to get too deeply into this model, but as you can see from the screen, there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to go into a successful cycle of innovation, and the corresponding behaviors or personality traits that actually lend themselves to doing that naturally. So these are preferences, personality preferences. So if you're somebody who is big picture thinking, that's where you like to play. Or if you're somebody who's evidence-based or down to earth, that comes naturally to you and you like to play there. So this is really working with our preferences. And now we look at exactly the same team when working on something around innovation. And we can see what happens to this team showing up every day or perhaps under extreme stress or pressure. And we know in corporate environments, extreme stress or pressure, it pops up, it pops down, mostly it's up. Right? So we can start to actually construct teams. We can start to put collective wisdom and experience and lived experiences and insight and wisdom and intelligence and all of those other things that we value so much together in a smarter way. We need a representation from all of this. If you've just got big picture thinkers with lots of ideas, but you haven't got people who are really dead set on the discipline driven, or they need the evidence to make it happen, or you're just not going to get it out of the door. So after working with that for a little time, which really opened up my mind, seeing so many different teams, so many different profiles, working with lots of different people. And that's just the starting point. That opens the door. And then we do the real work, which is normally around some business issue. So today it's mostly supply chain or there's so many things going on. So that kind of sparked my interest and it just opened up my thinking. And then during the pandemic, of course, like all of us, I just kept thinking, what can I do to help people? How can I help people through this extraordinary time? And I started doing a bunch of things. I interviewed loads of people I know in business from around the world in very different sectors and asked them to share what they were doing. And that was a way of, just opening up the conversation to people who perhaps, were in similar situations or could extract some value from that. And that then led to an idea to put together some sessions, open sessions, people around the world, low ticket price. I think it was $50 or £50 or something. And the idea was to ideas crowdsource. So bring in whoever wanted to join, who had an issue in business or their careers, and put them together with a bunch of different people in breakout rooms and Zoom, and help people to actually listen to their story and come up with their own ideas. Because great ideas often come from left field. They're not, I mean, more often than not, when we're looking for good ideas, we've gone to our networks, we've gone to our family and friends, we've gone to our trusted whoever's, we've gone to our colleagues already. And if it's not happening, often it's somebody who's sitting on the other side of the world who had some experience, I don't know, in the Amazon as a 4-year-old, and they remember some extraordinary thing. And how could you then apply it to this situation? And that the idea may not be perfect, but it sparks something within us and allows us to think very differently about the thing that we think of as our problem or the issue or the challenge. And it's so powerful. I mean, you know, I know, we land up at a dinner party or a lunch or taking a walk or doing some yoga, whatever the thing is. And suddenly we had this extraordinary left field idea. And it's the thing we needed that we've been searching for so long that just wouldn't arrive. But it's something that we couldn't have constructed in a way to deliver it. It just arrived because of who we were talking to, what the circumstances were. So this was the promise. This is what I sold people. I said, come along, spend 90 minutes with me and a whole bunch of strangers and talk about your problems. I mean, it's hardly something that you pay money to do normally, right? But we promised the ability to develop some and hear from your informal networks, to crowdsource ideas, to crack open this idea of innovation, to tap into collective wisdom, intelligence, and ingenuity, creativity, innovative thought and action, to be purposeful, because each person came with a purpose. And we're in an environment that was free of leadership and team bias, because often, you know, in corporate situations, we don't speak up or ask or want to appear to be stupid or crazy or whatever the thing may be, and we might hold back a little. And the extraordinary thing was that this happened. And if it wasn't for the limitations of Zoom in terms of being able to make sure that we had a series of rooms in each session where we break out, and, you know, in every session you had a completely different group of people. I mean, it was the work that we needed an algorithm. We needed your AI, Gordon. If Gordon's still here. No, he's gone, I think. But it was a logistical absolute nightmare. But we got it semi-right. And, oh, there you are, Gordon. We got it semi-right. And people kept showing up for these sessions. And they were brilliant. And the feedback that we got was extraordinary. So we were expecting that people would walk away with ideas, insight, and wisdom, collective wisdom, from wherever. We didn't know where it would come from. We weren't trying to predict it or engineer it. But actually what happened was something quite extraordinary. And all the comments and feedback that came back just blew my mind. It was about trust, connection, and collaboration with a bunch of strangers when you felt particularly vulnerable because nothing was working. I mean, you brought a problem that you needed somebody else, you know, a whole bunch of people, strangers from around the world. People shared their vulnerability. They shared from their hearts. They shared what was going wrong for them. And they paid money to do it. I mean, it's extraordinary. And I think just on the money side, I think we should, you know, often we should charge a ticket price, because then people actually show up and they want to extract value, so they participate. And I think that was the key driver behind that. But some extraordinary things happened, and we realized that left field. Well, first and foremost, we realized that, you know, in order for any of this stuff to actually happen, in order for people to share and to be vulnerable and to state what their problem was so that other people could come up with whatever they came up with, we needed psychological safety. And, you know, organizations, teams, leaders, I mean, you name it, everybody is trying desperately to find psychological safety and to create it. And yet it just happened. And I then started deconstructing and thinking, well, how did that happen? You know, what did we do that was right, that actually allowed that wisdom to come through and that sense of psychological safety? So, of course, psychological safety is an interesting topic. It can either enhance or diminish trust, and trust either enhances or diminishes performance, and performance either enhances or diminishes psychological safety. And I couldn't find the right diagram to show this extraordinary looping effect. But we don't get to trust without psychological safety, and that's the ability to show up and without fear of negative consequences, be yourself. And in a group, of course, this is a shared belief. And I think because the sessions were so purposeful, that was the foundation of the trust that was created in 90 minutes. I mean, I still think that that's extraordinary. And then the other thing, just like a layer cake, just adding another layer to this, what we really need to talk about is our mental models, how we see the world, and what it is that we need to do to be future fit. So that's a little piece about the we've just covered around collective wisdom and where do we find it and how can we tap into it. And I've just given you a few examples, but hopefully it sparks something within you to perhaps experiment and try some different ways of doing stuff. And then, of course, we've got to look at what we bring to the table and what we're going to need in terms of today and moving into the future, leading into the future today. And there's so much talk about mental models. There's a lot of people dismiss mental models. I often refer to mental models as our lenses on the world. We have a new experience. And if we think of how we view the world, everything, I often think of these little, if we imagine going to an optometrist, and we get in the old days before the digital version, we used to pop our chin in one of those sets, and the optometrist would lift various different lenses and say, does it look better like this or like that, and try this and try that, and eventually the world would become clearer and we're okay. So I often think that with every experience, what we do is we add another lens to how we view the world. The key thing is that unless we actually purposely remove old lenses that we don't need anymore, we're constantly looking through the prism of where we've come from. And let's just take that as a given. We do a lot of work to actually go back and have a little look at a lens that might not be serving us anymore, but that's a topic for another day. So if we just take the simple version that we have lenses on the world, which are created by our experience, our understanding, all those things that we talked about in terms of what does wisdom look like. And then so one of the beautiful things about this 24 hours of the day of the Swan is that almost all of these elements are explored in great detail. And there are some brilliant speakers who go into each of these in ways that bring us a new understanding, a new awareness. So today, we're constantly told that we need to be better sense makers. We need to understand what's going on in the world. We need to be able to make sense of things in a better way. We need futures thinking. So we need to be able to think in multiple futures and scan and all of the other elements that come into futures. Systems thinkers, everything's interconnected, ecosystems. We're dealing with some big world problems. We really need to be systems thinkers. Design thinking, human-centered design, life-centered design, all of this stuff is evolving. And some would argue, especially people perhaps sitting in complexity, or that design thinking just clamps things down, it doesn't allow for the openness. But I think design thinking in its true essence really starts with very much a human-centered approach. And then complexity, is it actually complex or is it just complicated? Which of the two? And, of course, with complexity, we're looking at gathering the data before we add a framework. Whereas in complicated, of course, we might have many different frameworks and bring in lots of different experts. There is a way to solve for. And pure chaos, another story, that's part of the quadrant, I guess. And then simple, it deserves a simple solution. So all of these things are things that we've been told we need to get better at doing. And I think as leaders, we need at least surface understanding, and as part of a leadership team, of all of these different lenses on the world, the ways to view the world, so that we don't just get locked down in perhaps ways of thinking or being or models or frameworks that worked well in the past before the world became so damn fast. You know? So it's not that we always talk about change. We've been talking about change forever, but actually the intensity and pace of change is what's changed. And, you know, as I mentioned, I think it's somebody else's session or right at the beginning, we often think that we don't change a great deal. And yet when we turn back in 5 years' time and look back, we realize how much we've been through and how much we've shifted ourselves. So these are all incredibly useful to develop an understanding. It doesn't mean you have to go off and be a futurist. Of course, if you want to, fantastic. We need great futurists. So then I started looking at all of the traits and the skills that we talk about that leaders, leadership teams, you know, anybody in business today actually needs in order to be able to be future fit. And there's a long, long list, right? So I thought what we'd do is, if everybody would be happy to participate, I thought what we'd do is we'd start off here and have some fun with this, because it's a very long list and I don't want to get into each thing in detail. So if we can go to annotation tools, and I think it's at the top of your screen in the black bar. I forget what the drop down is, because now that I'm presenting, I've got a different screen. Rob, can you see what the drop down is for annotation tools at the top of the screen? It's in the black bar. Can you tell us what it says so that I tell me what it says?
Is that what you were looking for? There's a mouse, text, draw, stamp.
Yeah, so let me just see what I can find here.
And do you need to be a co-host, and did I forget to do that?
Are you co-host, Rob?
You are now.
Oh,
This may help you.
Thank you. Okay, that might help. So if we pull up, if you can find your annotation tools, for me, it's in a black bar at the bottom, but that's not going to help you.
So Louise, I think only you can annotate now.
No, I don't. I want everybody to be able to annotate. I think everyone should be able to annotate.
Can people, Henley is, yes, you can do it. Good. Oh, good, Lauren.
Annotation tools.
That's
Okay,
a smart,
so
ducks in there. Smart crew. Smart crew.
So smart.
So what should we do now, Louise?
For some reason, my annotation tools aren't working, which is not useful. If you can find a shape, like a star, or there we go, Lauren's got it, got the hang of it. Star or a tick or a cross or whatever it is that you prefer, find a shape that you like. Rob's got the stars going. And I'd like you to put, so just hang on, before you go crazy, let me give you the ways of doing this. And I want you to be a little conservative, right? Because as we saw before, we are not all things to all people, and it's impossible that somebody could be all of these things. Well, let's see. Okay, perhaps we might be surprised. But if you could take out the annotation tools and just put a star or a heart or a tick or a cross or whatever it is in the box without covering the words so that other people can see it, where you think you have those qualities. So you have those traits or those skills. So are you courageous? Are you adaptable? Are you self-aware, empathetic? Are you open? There we go. Collaborative, resourceful. Is there anyone who hasn't been able to find the annotation tools or figure out how to use them? Please let us know, Gordon.
Yeah, I think because I'm still a co-host, I may not be seeing them.
Okay.
I don't know how to undo that.
Rob, can you change that for Gordon?
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
An easy way to find them is by looking up at the green sentence that says you are viewing Louise Mowbray's screen. Right next to it, it says view options. When you click on view options,
there you go.
Then you choose the annotate.
Okay, now I've got them. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you.
I've never used this tool before. I'm excited by this. It's so seamless. Once you learn the trick, and then you can save the result. Louise, genius. Thank you for sharing that, as well as the beautiful complexity.
Well,
of the,
I'm going to have to ask somebody else to share the result because my controls just don't seem to want to work. Maybe it's because I'm hosting. So when I ask, we'll have a little go trying to save it so that we've got something to keep from this.
Will do.
All right. So now I'd like you to have a look. Let's try one universal objective, the things that you feel that you could get better at doing.
Same notation?
No, let's try, can you have a look at that? I wish I was looking at them, I might be able to help, but if there's something that it was, perhaps let's just change whatever you're doing to the color black.
Okay, so color black.
So if you've got hearts going, let's see if you can put some new ones in black.
Black, and then I can, and then do a new one. I'm going to choose an X for this.
Okay, good.
Oh, it's not black.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's maybe go with the X's. The important thing is for you to have a recognition in your own mind of things that that might be worth developing for you. Everybody done? So are there any paradoxes there, things that you think you're good at that you could also get better at?
Yeah.
So let's just pick one, empathetic. So, I might be hugely empathetic with one group of people, but perhaps I have very little empathy for another group based on what I think about them or what I think they should be doing or how they should be living their lives or behaving or. And maybe massively observing when it comes to new exciting things that I love to do, but perhaps just ignore stuff that is of no interest.
Yeah, it feels, Louise, that as I'm looking at the X's and where I put the things to work on, it almost operates on two channels. The things that I think deep down I really should be better at, and the things that I think perceptibly, whether I'm good or not, others might think I need to work at. It's interesting. The exercise brings both those facets out. Whereas if you just looked at my strengths, I would probably just go based on an internal assessment.
Yeah, and the thing, of course, is when we line things up, I think the secret here is to just ignore what other people might think, but just in your heart of hearts, what you know you're actually good at, and things that actually you could develop a little more, it would serve you better to be better at that thing for your own selfish reasons, and then to look at and see if there are any paradoxes, elements that you might have thought that you're great at, but also actually really you could be better. Can we take a screenshot of that, Rob, or somebody else who has control?
I did, yes.
Fantastic. So what I'd also love to see is just some reactions. If you can find the reactions button and put your hand up if you found any paradoxes. So I'm not seeing any hands up. In the reactions, okay, it doesn't have to be your hand, but I mean the digital hand or a clapping or a. So in the reaction,
I thought a paradox was that I wasn't sure, like if you were not self-aware, if you could be self-aware enough to identify that. I don't know if that would be considered a paradox.
I love that, Lauren. That's a good question, right? Yeah, so it can challenge us from that perspective too. Yeah, so I'm courageous in certain situations, and in others I might just shrink away. It depends on who's listening. Is my boss there? Is the CEO of the company there? Is it a career altering move by being that courageous? Yeah, so I think personally, I find paradox in almost all of them, if I'm really honest with myself. Okay,
hey,
great.
Louise,
So
a question for you when you do this in practice, just this exercise. You know, what Lauren's kind of invoking is almost the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Where the most ignorant or least competent person in the room is the most vocal in terms of, you know, either a strength or a weakness. The difference between somebody's claimed ability or non-ability and the actual ability, do you find some disparity there when you deal with high-level executive teams?
always. Yeah. So what I don't do is, what we don't do is ask people to do this and then measure everything and show them, you know, how, you know, sorely overvalued they think that they are. So the point is not to shame people, but to actually, I guess, drive a desire to get better at doing stuff. And can I move on from the slide, Rob? So we've got a copy of that. Great. Okay. Because
yes, I have got a copy of it. Ah.
Okay. So also, what you're going to need to do is to clear it for me. So if you go back into the annotation tools and clear all. Great. Thank you. So Sean, you prompted my next slide, basically, because some of this we can measure for. Some of it we can't. So the skills that we claim to have, but we can measure for traits. So if you have a look at the 24 qualities here around the edges, so we've got accommodating, we can measure for that. Collaborative, we can measure for that. Empathetic, everything here is validated and we can measure for that. That's part of the psychological big five in you. So what's quite interesting about this is that we would typically start here. We would typically start with a measurement so that we don't ultimately have people defending their position or feeling that they've overstated where they might be great at doing stuff. And the great thing about these measurement tools is it actually shows the paradoxes and it shows where we have room to improve and what we might do about it. So now that we're looking at things that we can measure, let's try that exercise one more time. Let's try going for, you know, am I demonstrative? Am I, and by the way, it's what's quite interesting is if we compare what we're being told that we should be like to those elements that we can actually measure for, we can really, you know, things like resilience, for example, are not personality traits. We're not born with resilience or not, you know, we don't have, it's not like DNA. We're not born with it, we have it or we don't have it. It's a muscle that we can develop. And that's the brilliant thing about it. So, you know, some things we can develop, or, you know, other things we're born with, we have a preference for, or let's just put it down to personality. So let's try this one more time and actually have a look at the things that we can measure for. And I think if we can choose a tick for this one and go for what you perceive as your strengths across the back to the annotation tools. Everyone's still happy to play? And if we can go for a tick rather than anything else. And then we'll use a cross for the areas worth developing.
I'm sorry, what's a tick? Oh, a check?
A check.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Check for me is something that we don't have anymore, that you used to write to pay someone.
So are we putting,
what you believe that your strengths are,
okay.
And concentrate on the words on the outer edge of the circle. So sociable, demonstrative, takes charge. Which ones are those? Are you logical? Are you competitive? Are you tough? Okay, and then also have a look at what is actually worth developing from a personality perspective, because the interesting thing about personality is that we can change, despite thinking often that we can't, or we're stuck with what we've got. So when you change to what you can develop, then what I do is put that on put a cross in or a different color, change it up so that you can see the difference.
It's getting hard to see the words now.
It's getting tough to see the words. Yeah, it is.
What I think is interesting is looking at, I did checks on the inside initially, and then on the outside, and noticing that my checks corresponded. So that's cool.
Yeah, it's good to know.
Because that would be bad if I
yeah.
did.
It helps tremendously, right? And you know, when we're with a group, what we do is we walk this on a mat, huge big mats, you know, I don't know, 3 meters by 3 meters, whatever the case may be. And we stand in those qualities that have been measured, that we know that we're great at. And then we stand in areas which sometimes are right next door that really are worth developing. They would be of value to us and others to develop. And the powerful thing around that is this, what it breeds, which is this psychological safety, trust, and collaboration. Because if I know, Rob, that you are brilliant at something and I'm not so great at it, you know, I'm going to value you in a very different way. And guaranteed, there are areas that I just am so not interested in. I have no interest in even developing them. I'd rather employ it or work with someone like that. And I think that's when we start thinking of ourselves in a different way and thinking about others in a different way. So I'm going to move on. Rob, I don't know whether you can take a screenshot and clear it, please.
I've saved it and I will clear all drawings.
Great stuff. So I'm just going to move on. You know, this question of can we change? A lot of people believe, well, you know, I'm like that. I've always been like that. You know, I don't know how to change myself. It's almost impossible. I've tried so long and hard to change my boss, my husband, my wife, my whatever it might be. You know, we always say the most difficult thing to do is to change someone else. But actually the trickiest thing really is to change ourselves. You know, some of us work long and hard at perhaps losing some of those lenses or adding lenses, you know, that would serve us better. And what Limina did was some great research. And for those of you who've seen this before, forgive me, but it's just worth popping this in, because over the pandemic, we actually did change. And these are the profiles of CEOs, 1,040 of them from around the world, different cultures, different languages, different everything. And because Lumina works with the top 50% of companies around the world, they had some brilliant data before the pandemic, which was pretty consistent in terms of CEOs' profiles. And the interesting thing is that CEOs changed considerably during the course of the pandemic, having to work in different ways. And if we ever worried about, you know, can I really change? Can I be more empathetic? You know, I mean, it sounds like something for somebody else, or it's something I might do in circumstances that suit me, but not everywhere. Well, if the answer is yes, we can, and we do. So how does change actually happen from a personality perspective? It happens when we really, really want it, and like badly, not just a passing phase or whatever. We really want it, or when we must. And of course, in the pandemic, we had to. So I'll end that little piece, but we've also got to put all of this into context. And the context is, as we've heard, leading up to this session, big and broad, and depending on whether you're sitting in a futures camp or a complexity camp or a design camp, whatever it might be, you might approach things with slightly different words or lenses, but fundamentally this always works for me, the wicked problem description of where we are. And all of us who are here are probably quite like-minded. we don't think it's going to get better or go back to anything, simpler than this. A problem that is difficult or impossible to solve because of incomplete, contradictory, and changing requirements that are often difficult to recognize. So if we accept that we are dealing with a constant flow of wicked problems, then of course we've got to understand that what we need to shift in terms of ourselves, the things that are really worth working on, or finding teams or groups of people that you can work with who do some of the stuff better than you. That's really what this is all about. Then we need to move from, and this, by the way, is emotional agility, agile thinking. And there are models for that too, which is great. We can measure for that too, which is fantastic. So we go from solving problems to creating within the realms of that problem. We go from analyzing to acting, planning to adapting, controlling to play, answers to questions, rationality to intuition and insight, cooperation and compliance to collaboration, facts to feelings, what something is to what something means or leads to, closing down the problem to opening up the problem solving to problem finding, striving for certainty to surfing for ambiguity, instructing to influencing, and execution to iteration. I took this from the Future School, which is part of Kedge Futures in terms of how they define it. So that's the context that we're sitting in. Actually, if we think of all these personality traits and the things that we can train up and get better at doing, fundamentally, these are the shifts that we need to make. And if we catch ourselves sitting in the first column, then we need to consciously create some sort of trigger or help each other to start looking at things through a different lens in a different light. So I also promised you, and I'm very aware of time running over a little here, but we're going to end here. I also promised you to look at the future of leadership. And for me, it's a question that doesn't have an answer. We know that we can't be all things to all people. We know the context that we're in. We know that the power of collective wisdom is extraordinary if only we can learn how to tap into it in a way that creates psychological safety, trust, and performance, because that's when we get the best out of it. We know it needs to be transformative because every single thing that we're doing requires some sort of transformation from this to that. It's change. Everything is change. So I hope that if I've done anything today, it's to inspire you to come into any situation where you need to put together a team, where you need to work with others, or it would be better to work with others than just on your own. And just remember some of these models that you've seen and come at it from a different perspective where you're actually pulling in that collective wisdom so that collectively you are way more powerful in terms of being able to achieve what you want. And then I think I just kind of summed it up. Why the plants? Why the greenery? Well, I think one of our biggest issues today are both societal and environmental. And it's brilliant to see that B Corps have now reached 5,000 members around the world. So starting with vision, purpose, objectives, I think we need to be quite clear about what we're trying to achieve, but with room to maneuver, because things, what we start with might not be the journey that we land up on, or where we land up being ultimately. Collective wisdom, really tapping into, people are amazing. They've got so much to give. And if we can find ways of tapping into that in a way that that serves everybody, extraordinary. And I know that it's one of the biggest challenges of our time. How do we get teams together to do that? And then, of course, leading to wise action. And what is wise action? It's informed action. It's not just informed about today, but informed about the multiple futures that we may be heading into. So I'll open it up to Q&A. This is how you can reach me if you'd like to, and I'll hand it back to you, Ron.
Louise, when Gord warned us that his worry was moving off the US currency as the reserve, what I want is the Louise Mowbray reserve currency. That will set a path to the world. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. It's not just your thoughts. There's a well-crafted well-designed, complete thoughts and tools. We honor your sharing. With that, I will open up the floor to questions from the audience. We have a resource right here. Please be thoughtful. What do we have? Gord? Lauren?
Yeah, so you were going into something, a looping effect between trust, performance, and safety, but I didn't actually get that. You went through it a little bit fast. And I was just wondering if you could talk about that for just a little bit.
With pleasure. And what I've done is I've taken the surface view of one of my colleagues' amazing models, Teresa Metrovic. And if you'd like, Lauren, I'd be happy to send you her website. So she works with this model that she's developed and trademarked. It looks a little different to this. It's actually made up of 4 parts, where it's the self, the leader, the system, and I forget the last part. But I didn't want to rip her work off. So all I did was lift the top view, which is the fact that when we feel so the more psychological safety we have or sense, which is the ability to speak out without fear of negative retribution of any sort, then the more trust we have. And equally, the less of that we have, the less trust we have. So each one of these is a simple model of the more we have of it, it leads to, so the more we trust, the greater the performance. The less we trust, of course, performance dips. As far as performance is concerned, better performance equals greater psychological safety. Shocking performance, less psychological safety. It's, each one loops back to the first. And she has a wonderful model, and I'm happy to share it with you, with all her trademarks and things to protect her work. Yeah. I hope that answers the question. Kind of. Yeah, okay.
So we're on the way to wrapping up. We've got 5 minutes still for questions, or about 4 minutes. What we sometimes do on wraps or sessions is that we finish a session with one word. So to reflect on what we've heard and seen and learned, and come back with one word. Before we go to that, so think of your one word. I'm going to try and get as many people to say their one word as possible, to give it back to Louise and the group. But Gord, do you have a comment on or a question for Louise?
No, I can give you my one word, which would be my comment. It's leadership. I'll elaborate, since I said this in the comments. The importance of leadership competencies in a VUCA world is ever greater, and we all, to your point of it's seeming like a paradox, no matter how good we are at some of these competencies, or things we might think of as attributes, or things we just were born with or not, we need to develop all of those, and we need to help others develop those as peers to provide solid leadership in a world that's more and more ambiguous and moving fast. So to me, the connection to that for me was huge, and I love the tools and the thinking. So thank you.
Thanks, Gordon. Chuck, Sean, Paula?
I'll go with honesty, Rob. I think first aspect of good leadership is before you're able to influence other people is to be honest and have some good self-awareness. So honest.
Chuck?
My word right now is introspection. Primarily, I guess, because in a different venue, I have dealt with this material. So I'm just comparing these tools, the tools I'm used to, and just drawing correlations. So for me, more than anything, it's introspection.
Thank you, Chuck. Thoughtful as always. Paula, Annalie, please. Hey, Ken, good to see you. Paula?
As usual, Louise, your connections between one thought process and another are highly insightful. So I would say highly connected and highly insightful.
Thank you, Paula. Annalie?
For me, it's definitely awareness. And it's bringing it all together. And just if I look at your visual now, I can really sense it in my cells as well. So thank you so much, Louise.
Thank you, Emily. Well, Lauren, maybe Denise, one word thought.
Ideas?
Denise?
I'd go with illumination. This is like a flashlight on my life. This is great.
Thank you so much. Louise, these are the words you inspire.
Fantastic. Well, I just hope that this material inspires everybody to come back into whatever they're up to day, with a different, with a fresh new lens.
Thank you so much, Louise. Thank you for this session. I'm going to stop the recording and then restart it to have a marker as we do our post-production in real production. So your patience for a second. And we are back live, 24 hours of sense making and daring do, sense making and futures thinking with the Gray Swan Guild Day of the Swan, our second annual. We're gathered with a great group of people. I see Jada, I see Paula, I see Sean, I see Lauren and Honolulu. We've got many thousands of kilometers between all of us. Julia, good morning. I hope that's matcha tea.
Smoothie.
Smoothie. We're also hydrating. That's good too. Thank you. We've had a great group of people that we started our green room back at 7:30, which we started preparing for the Day of the Swan, the day after the Day of the Swan. This does take time and effort to put together, but it is an unconference. Everything that's put together here is by a group of volunteers who are self-aware, self-informative, self-directed, and we bring them together and we know that they bring their ideas and their passions to share with all of you that we can share together. It is noon. I will pass the baton to Paula.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I would like, though, for you to make me a co-host so that I can, I'm going to need to have those powers that be.
You are there.
Okay, lovely. So welcome, everyone. I very much appreciate your having stayed on and, enjoyed the presentations thus far. They're so diverse and insightful and thought-provoking, and all the words that cause you to want to expand your own process of learning about yourself and learning about the world through these other people, through the lens of these people. So today I bring you another person. Her name is Jada Ferrucci. She happens to be my partner in research through the work that we do or the venture that we do through Intercultures Media. So Jada, I don't know if you want to come on camera and just say hello.
Yes, thank you so much, Paula, and hello everybody. Nice to be here and nice to meet all of you.
That's great. So while we're waiting just for anyone else to straggle in, we have a video clip for you to enjoy and make some sense-making context out of what Jada is going to be presenting. So, and before I do that, I'd like to highlight just an intro that explains why we're still here and allows us to make sense of where we are in this moment and sort of reset the room.
This is the Day of the Swan 2, 24 hours of sense-making and futures thinking presented by the Gray Swan Guild, a global think and do tank dedicated to making sense of the world's greatest challenges and next gray swans. Learn more at grayswanguild.org. This is the Day of the Swan 2.
Yes, he likes to repeat himself, doesn't he? So now I did want to also share, just bear with me for one moment. So this is the Jada's presentation is the one on the left, Global and Regional Features of Prioritizing Trauma-Informed Mental Health Services. So we'll be going around the world a little bit to discuss why it's a great idea to prioritize this. Additionally, next up will be Julia's presentation, Bridging Divides by Challenging Beliefs. And she'll be talking more about learning to collaborate in a VUCA world. So stick around for that after Jada's presentation. And one more share. Just a bit of a backgrounder. Jada and I are TED Circle hosts. So we have access to some material that allows us to provide some background, but we won't be able to record that during this. We'll be recording as of Jada's presentation. So bear with me for a moment. I'm going to share the, it's on a Zoom video, YouTube video rather. And the backgrounder is just a 5-minute clip that gives you some background into the world that Jada is doing research in El Salvador, and a bit of the history behind it. Just a moment, please. Trying to find the right one. There we go. So sit back for 5 minutes and enjoy.
Recording stopped.
Let's start that from the beginning. Everyone here?
In 1984, a group of radio broadcasters and operators walked into the abandoned village of El Mozote in El Salvador. Fireflies illuminated the remnants of a massacre that had taken place 3 years earlier. Led by Colonel Domingo Monterosa, government soldiers had tortured, raped, and murdered 978 people, including 553 children. The youngest victim, Concepcion Sanchez, was just 3 days old. Both the U.S. and Salvadoran governments denied the massacre had taken place, and the slaughter left few people alive to tell their story. But with the help of Radio Venceremos, one of those survivors, Rufina Amaya, shared her testimony, exposing both Monterosa and the government's funding his crimes. This massacre was one in a long line of atrocities committed against El Salvador's farmers. Since the 1800s, a handful of oligarchs had controlled nearly all the country's land, forcing laborers to work for almost nothing. In 1932, indigenous farm workers led an insurrection, but the dictatorial government responded by committing genocide against these communities. From then on, one military dictatorship after another ruled the country in concert with wealthy landowners. Their power only grew in the 1960s when the United States began supplying the regime with military aid. The U.S. wanted to stop the spread of reformist and revolutionary movements, which they saw as threats to capitalism. So they spent huge sums of money training Salvadoran soldiers and death squads, fascist military units versed in brutal counterinsurgency methods. Throughout the 1970s, these forces slaughtered farmers who organized to demand basic rights, such as living wages, food, and clean water. Finally, in 1980, farmers and urban workers formed the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front. This coalition of guerrilla groups fought to overthrow the dictatorship and build a socialist society that met the needs of laborers. These revolutionaries were attacked from every direction. Colonel Monterosa led a special battalion intent on destroying the FMLN, using tactics he'd learned at an American military school. State forces terrorized farmers to stop them from joining or aiding the guerrillas. But one group of rebels would not be silenced, the operators of Radio Venceremos. This clandestine guerrilla radio began in 1981, and its broadcasters, Santiago and Mariposa, became the voice of the revolution. They transmitted news from the front lines and reported military abuses that no other source covered. The station's politics and popularity made it a high-profile target. And because they operated in a relatively small area, its broadcasters had to move constantly to evade capture. To communicate undetected, the group modified 2 radios into telephones, linked together through kilometers of barbed wire covering the countryside. This secret telephone line helped the rebels stay one step ahead of their pursuers. In addition to reporting news, the radio broadcast educational programs in areas under guerrilla control. Here, farmers organized democratic councils to govern themselves, alongside cooperatives, schools, and medical clinics. Organizers also encouraged civilian women to participate in these councils to ensure the revolution overthrew both capitalism and patriarchy. Women made up roughly a third of the guerrillas, working in a huge variety of roles. Colonel Monterosa was obsessed with destroying Radio Venceremos. In October 1984, government soldiers finally captured their radio transmitter. Monterosa himself went to retrieve the equipment and held a theatrical press conference celebrating his decisive blow to the subversives. But in reality, the radio team had outsmarted him once again. The transmitter was booby-trapped. Once Monterosa's helicopter left the press conference, radio members detonated the device over El Mozote, killing the colonel near the village he had massacred. Monterosa's death was one victory in a much larger conflict. The Civil War raged on for 8 more years before concluding in 1992, when peace accords dissolved the oppressive National Guard and allowed the FMLN to become an electoral party. But these accords didn't address problems of deep, structural inequality. In 1993, the UN Truth Commission reported that over 75,000 people died during the war. Yet the Salvadoran legislature prevented the prosecution of war crimes and continues to obstruct justice to this day. As of 2021, no participating American officials have been put on trial, and only one individual from the Salvadoran government has been sentenced for war crimes. Historical erasure exists in the U.S. as well, where these and other stories of U.S. intervention in Central America are rarely taught in public schools. But the victims refuse to be forgotten. Rufina Amaya continued to share her testimony until her death in 2007, and survivors of other massacres still organize to denounce state violence. They map old massacre sites, exhume and bury loved ones, and build sanctuaries and museums, all in the hope of pollinating a more just future. Latin America has a long history of staunch resistance to fascism. Get to know the story of Las Mariposas, who led a rebellion against a dictator in the Dominican Republic, with this video. Or dive into the life of Henry Christophe, who helped lead the Haitian Revolution to become the first and last king of Haiti.
Just a moment, please. I'm going to restart. There we go. Too many screens on the go. I hope you were able to appreciate some of the background to what Jad is about to discuss in terms of her presentation that has to do with war-torn areas, violence-ridden areas, making memory, making sense, avoiding the obliteration of historical war crimes, but also looking at prioritizing mental health in these regions as people seek to make sense of their experiences that assert the existence of their loved ones, and the efforts to create democracy and to have just societies. Jad is going to weave some connections between what she's currently doing regarding her research in El Salvador and the need for the same types of mental health services in other war-torn areas, like the situation that's happening with Ukraine and with other areas in the world. And also answering questions like, why should we in North America care about any of this? From a global interconnected perspective, why is any of this important to any of us in our day-to-day lives and in our societies, and how does it impact us in our countries? So without further ado, I am going to just briefly introduce Jada so that you have an idea of what her background is. And then she's going to go ahead and present her slide presentation. I'll be sharing my screen as well. Just one moment. So today's presentation is called, sorry, just one moment. Rob, it is recording right now.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Going back to my screen. Okay, so today's presentation is called Global and Regional Futures of Prioritizing Trauma-Informed Mental Health Services. From El Salvador to the Ukraine to planet Earth, how prioritizing the mental health of populations in war-torn or violence-ridden regions today derives benefits for regional and global political and economic stability in the future. So Jada Ferrucci is with us. She's a PhD candidate in media studies at Western University and holds a BA in economic development and international cooperation from the University of Florence, Italy, where her research focused on the opium trade in Afghanistan and alternative economic development reform. I think that was what she was doing with her BA. Jada also holds an MA in international relations from Aarhus University in Denmark, where she focused on human rights, the human right to water. Her current research focuses on environmental communication, social movements and activism, and environmental justice. As a member of the Center for Environment and Sustainability at Western University, that would be in London, Ontario, Canada. Jada is currently working as a research assistant for a collaborative interdisciplinary SSHRC, that's a Government of Canada body, funded research initiative called Surviving Memory in Post-War El Salvador. It's a Western University funded research project on community perceptions on climate change and also on memory making, as well as also regarding mental health services for that region. And I am your host and moderator, and if there are any questions, please pop them into the chat. If you would like to ask questions live, just raise your hand and I'll do my best to try to notice that and then give you the floor. We're going to wait until Jada is finished her presentation, which will be about 10 to 15 minutes. And then we're just going to have a conversation about what we've learned and the connections that she derives from this. So without further ado, while I set up share my screen, Jada, go ahead and just say hello to the folks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you so much, everybody, for being here. It is a really great opportunity to listen to some of the previous presentations, and I look forward to hear more along the day. And I also want to thank Paula once again for introducing me to Grey Swan Guild, and also to have the opportunity to open the floor to an issue that is particularly relevant in terms of violence and access to mental health in my research El Salvador, but some of the teaching, some of the learning opportunities that I have had to come across in these years, I think apply to other countries, especially Ukraine and war-torn countries in general. So I think it's a timely issue and it's of great importance to address. So while we're setting up the presentation, a little bit about the context. The video we just saw kind of provides some historical information on how violence affected the life of El Salvador in the 80s during the Civil War. But sadly, this legacy has never been properly healed, and violence is still a daily occurrence in El Salvador. So El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, a region of Central America commonly known as the Northern Triangle, are the three of the 5 most violent countries in the world. Of these countries, object of my research is El Salvador, currently considered the most violent. Causes of violence are complex, relating to post-war culture, gang-related violence, the country's geographic position linked to shipments of drugs to the US, persistent poverty, and widespread impunity. Contemporary violence in El Salvador has its roots in the civil war that left thousands dead and many displaced internally and externally in countries including the United States. The civil war and post-war policy left El Salvador in a social environment vulnerable to drug trafficking, ongoing violence, and corruption. In particular, the strength of gangs in present-day El Salvador is due largely to gang members who had fled the US during the Civil War, being deported to El Salvador during the 90s and 2000s, and that affected the daily life of the youth, but also all generations in El Salvador who are vulnerable to violence. In this case, exposure to chronic and acute violence, daily occurrences in El Salvador, can result in trauma, which can have severe negative consequences for individuals, communities, and the region as a whole. Traumatic events include experiencing or witnessing violence and are linked to chronic physical and mental health problems, diminished educational and economic outcomes, and an increased likelihood to perpetuate or be re-victimized. Violence and trauma have also led to a loss of talent, as hundreds of thousands of young people in El Salvador and their family have been forced to flee the country. The causes and impacts of violence are far-reaching in El Salvador, and many can be traced to the prevalence of gang activity. Citizens are forced to face ongoing community violence or flee as the only solution. And research in this context has been limited regarding the life experience of Salvadorans, in particular the youth, and the adverse impact of violence on their mental health, besides their physical well-being. In response, the project I'm working on surviving the historical memory in El Salvador, aims to better understand how to work with mental health professionals in El Salvador and to begin to document the ways in which youth and older generations are adversely impacted by exposure to violence in their communities from the Civil War period to today's criminal gangs. Violence in El Salvador, yeah?
Jada, sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm at the right spot in your presentation. Can you just have a quick look?
So you can go back actually to the previous one, slide 4, which is the list, yes.
Okay.
So if you every
let
time
me know when you want me to.
Yeah, mostly you on time. So thank you.
Let me know when you need me to change it. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, so far so good. Thank you. So just this one. So here's a long list of effects on mental health in El Salvador, because violence in this country permeates most every aspect of the lives of Salvadorans. It penetrates communities, families, schools, interpersonal relationships, and neighborhoods. The implications of such experience are far-reaching, and mental health providers in El Salvador indicated that Salvadorans are struggling with issues related, but not limited, to the one listed in slide. Thus, early intervention is central in the mental health of the youth in the present and to healthy development into adulthood, an element we're trying to approach with our research project. Next slide, please. In this context, early and prolonged exposure to violence, mostly by gangs, is considered the most adverse risk factor. Violence in one stage of development also carries the potential to impact children across their lifespan, in their teenager years and as young adults. And given the prolonged and pervasive exposure amongst many Central American youth in the Northern Triangle to community violence and explicit targeting for abuse and violence, careful attention is to be given to this vulnerable population to cope with and heal from traumatic experiences. Next slide, please. So a couple more details about our research in El Salvador, which identified significant gaps in the provision of supportive mental health interventions, and it revealed also limited mental health infrastructure in the country, few referrals in remote or rural communities where we're mostly working, and a scarcity of trained, skilled mental health providers. With the professionals in our project on mental health, they identified also further barriers to providing consistent quality care, including a lack of resources to meet individual basic needs, lengthy wait time for appointment, and limited time available with trained providers. So in these collaborative initiatives, we're trying to work with the organizations both in El Salvador and in Canada and team of psychiatrists to approach and address in a healthy way the challenge of mental health among older generations, but also the youth in El Salvador who are vulnerable to violence. Next slide, please.
Just a moment. It's stuck.
In the meantime, I can take a little bit of time to introduce ASISAM, our main partner in this project in mental health initiatives, which is the Association for Training and Investigation on Mental Health, a local organization working with individual and community groups on mental health issues. ASISAM offers psychiatric services, trains families in effective support techniques, and uses art as a therapy to facilitate people recovery and integration into society after experiencing episodes of violence or trauma. Along with ASISAM, we're collaborating with the Global Minds Collective to develop a comprehensive curriculum for training mental health practitioners in El Salvador, support victims of traumatic and violent experiences, and document the impacts on mental health and well-being in El Salvador, since we know that we had to decolonize a lot of the mental health curriculum coming from Canada and try to apply them in the concrete context and problematic environment of El Salvador. Next slide, please. So in the context where we work, several groups from communities in El Salvador will participate in project-run workshops called talleres, conducted by highly trained psychotherapists who travel to work with survivors of massacres of the Civil War, people interested in preserving the country's historical memory, and the youth who is experiencing vicarious trauma. That is, a process of change resulting from empathetic engagement with trauma survivors. And PTSD is a very common experience among many survivors in the communities we work with. So when we are united in these sessions, in these workshops, the groups have a delicate balance, and having people talk about what happened during the war can be both cathartic and re-traumatizing for those who lived those days and for their children and grandchildren who are currently vulnerable to gang attacks. So in our methodology, we include stories of resilience, and at the same time, we also acknowledge that it's hard for these people to participate in a 3-hour workshop, for example, and overcome the stigma of talking about one's mental health, a still very solid stigma in El Salvador. It is a challenging work, and as part of our planned activities, we're also including traditional group work with talk therapy, with movement and art, all of this to put mental health into sharp focus in El Salvador. Next slide, please. So traveling a little more closely to our to recent days, it's important to analyze the Civil War as one of the most violent periods in El Salvador, but the situation is still pretty dangerous, as I was mentioning, and El Salvador homicide rate plummeted in recent years, with a sharp increase of killings that has drawn attention to President Nayib Bukele's controversial approach to tackling gang violence, which will affect the youth of the country, which is already vulnerable to violence and isolated from most of its community. Often referred to as the murder capital of the world, San Salvador and El Salvador as a country have struggled with gang violence in the decades since its civil war, a major contributing factor in the region's migration crisis as well. Though the homicide rate fell in recent years in El Salvador, the murder of a dozen people in late March has renewed concerns over President Bukele's anti-gang strategy. Through the 2000s, the Salvadoran government responded with what came to be known as La Mano Dura, Iron Fist approach, which included repressive police tactics, tougher sentencing, and mass incarceration, affecting the physical well-being and mental health of many Salvadorans who feel vulnerable to retaliation and to be arrested without any actual charge or actual case. Next slide, please. So why does this matter? There are a series of reasons listed in this slide, but also I would like to highlight that many experts say that there are major downsides to these policies, in particular with now packed prisons that have become hubs for gang recruitment and training of often innocent men and young women who are just walking on the street and are vulnerable to being arrested. Even outside in El Salvador, there is an insidious atmosphere of fear throughout the country that Salvadoran nationals must navigate on a daily basis, in fear of being spied, in fear of being arrested, in fear of being completely shut off from the community. Smearing campaigns are also very common in this context. And outside of homicides, gang territory is consistently shifting and expanding. So whereas guaranteeing a sense of safety and security for the world are particularly important for the mental health of youth, many Salvadorans currently feel trapped in their environment with no hope of escaping, and fleeing to another country seems to be the only solution. Next slide, please. So violence in El Salvador is a far-reaching problem that calls for a multi-tiered approach to intervention, reduction in negative effects of trauma for trained individuals as the one we are working with, and those they interact with are designed to lead to some of these outcomes, such as increased social cohesion and perception of safety in the community, increased protective factors for all participants in our workshops and their family, improve emotional regulation and coping skills for all trained individuals. However, as we can see, there are many barriers to be faced in El Salvador. There are only a few places that El Salvadoran can go for mental health services, and those places that are available are mostly centrally located in San Salvador, the capital, and lack sufficient resources to meet the needs of patients. No matter what the area where they live, patients and their families must find ways to access treatment in central areas, which are overcrowded and with long wait lists. And this is especially problematic due to high levels of indirect and direct exposure to violence in communities and the difficulties Salvadorans youth face crossing from community to community. Besides limited infrastructure and referrals in at-risk rural communities, there is also a lack of trained, skilled mental health providers. And there were a couple of statistics at the beginning of this presentation to show this extremely worrying situation. These limits have led to lengthy wait lists to begin services, lengthy amounts of time spent in waiting rooms for brief face-to-face appointments with providers, which are likely not enough to provide quality, consistent care. Next slide, please. Therefore, recommendation call for structural community-based models of intervention, strengthening and augmenting existing community programs with a mental health framework, and implementation of trauma-informed mental health interventions. Given the complexity of issues facing Salvador impacted by violence, we're implementing several recommendations for mental health programming and interventions, which include some of the following listed in the slide. And since providers working with Salvadoran youth acknowledge multiple intersecting traumatic experiences and ongoing exposure to direct and indirect violence, it is important to develop a basic assessment tool to screen for exposure to violence and other traumatic life events and evaluate the impact of those events on the mental health and general well-being of the youth and older generation in the Northern Triangle, particularly in El Salvador. Such tool would allow for both the documentation of common experience of violence, as well as foster a greater understanding of the direct impact that ongoing exposure or threat of violence has on mental health and break the stigma around it. This tool, therefore, should be culturally appropriate so that it could be administered by a mental health professional in a variety of settings, communities, schools, families, just to mention a few. Next slide.
Yeah.
And this is to provide a brief, and I hope it's a very complex context in El Salvador, which is the smallest country in the American continent, and oftentimes is forgotten, and it's only known for its dangerous situation, for the violence. But it is really important to ask ourselves questions such as, why should we even care about what's happening in El Salvador and in the region triangle? Because it is really important. As an example of a war-torn country that never healed from its legacy, it is important to also think about this case study as an example for how to deal with the case of Ukraine and the invasion of Russian forces in the eastern provinces. And why is knowing and prioritizing mental health support actually important for a collective sense of world stability and safety, starting from one country to the region and then to an entire continent? And there have been lessons that we have learned going back to World War II or more recently Syria, but even now in El Salvador, on the importance of making mental health services available. UNICEF, for example, in Ukraine is doing significant work with mobile mental health and psychosocial support teams, reaching out to kids who are displaced from their home, but not only those subjects. Civilians fleeing conflict in Ukraine must have immediate access to mental health support, and there is an urgent need for more investment in such services. Sadly, in El Salvador, that has not been the case until recently, with more and more projects with international collaborators working on mental health. But up till a few years ago, mental health was simply neglected in favor of physical well-being and community economic reconstruction, which are really important, but these scars were never healed, and violence still permeates every aspect of the daily life of the country. And the last slide, please. So trying to draw parallels with El Salvador and Ukraine, two countries that couldn't be any more different, is important to think about what they have in common. And for example, Ukrainians are experiencing mental health struggles dealing with the trauma of war. Fear, anxiety, and depression are prevailing emotions, but so are even grief and survivor's guilt for those who are surviving the attacks. And the majority of people who need help for mental health care worldwide, that's not just limited to Ukraine or El Salvador, do not receive the adequate service that could truly help them. In a situation where people are uprooted and in search of safety and security, as in both countries, it is even more difficult to access mental health care. And so the invasion of Russia has inflicted extreme physical and psychological trauma inside the Ukraine. And as a renewed Russian assault against Ukraine begins once again, Ukrainians are likely to face persistent and intensifying public health challenges as a direct result of the conflict, which is not helped by the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. So despite how common mental health issues are in many places around the world, there is still widespread stigma surrounding them, and we have to break the stigma with some actions that have been enlisted so far. Judgment and criticism are still very strong among the greatest barrier to care in many communities and to access mental health, while others struggle from a lack of quality services or trained mental health specialists. This is why mental health support is important for everyone everywhere, especially those who feel affected by knowing relatives, friends, or other connections that are being directly or indirectly affected in war-torn countries as well Ukraine, and in countries that are experiencing a huge problems of violence due to criminal activities by gangs. So it's an interesting comparative case study analysis, I have to say. Here a couple of sources and references that could provide even more information, trying to include it in 10 to 15 minutes, but I think these are really important questions. I think we are trying to move on from the mentality of if there's an issue in one country or in one region and it's not directly affecting my daily life, I don't really need to care that much. I think this mentality has been challenged throughout the years, but with the COVID-19 pandemic in particularly, we're really concerned about what is happening on the other side of the world because it could easily affect our country as well. And this is not in a selfish way, it's just simply a matter of learning lessons from precedent experiences and from countries who are dealing with, in this case, violence and war, and what is the legacy on the physical well-being and mental health of their citizens. So thank you for the attention, and I'm really eager to hear questions and comments about this short comparative case study analysis.
Thank you, Jada. I really appreciate your taking the time to connect the dots, so to speak, in our dots presentation with regard to why it's important to look at mental health in not only immediate effects, but long-lasting effects for that region, good practices that or case studies that can be applied to other war-torn regions, and also why it's important for us to care from where we are in less violent regions, but how it affects our daily lives and the stability of our livelihoods and our economic well-being, as well as mental well-being. One of the things that I noticed when I was looking at the work that you were doing was that just hearing about the war and knowing that maybe you have relatives in those regions is enough to cause people mental anguish. And in fact, any severe news about those people or relatives that you might have can spell real trauma for young people, people who are concerned for their relatives and loved ones in those regions, but also the daily dose of information about violence affects the stability of each person as they move through their lives. So the more peace and tranquility that is able to pervade a country and a region, the better off we all are when we're trying to figure out how we can be more cohesively working together as citizens of the same planet. Now, certainly that was learning that I took away from this. I'm sure that there's lots of other questions. This is a particularly intense, I thought, learning experience. There's lots that can be delved into. There's so much nuance to the historical situations as well as to the impacts to the current situation. So I would definitely encourage people to, put how they're feeling in the chat to debrief as to how this impacted this deluge of information, this knowledge of how something in a different part of the world might be making them feel. And, all feelings are good. Well, if you were indifferent, that's fine too. It's kind of important that we recognize how hearing about these things impacts our lives. So if you'd like to pop that into the chat, then that just gives us an idea of a bit of a radar as to how people are feeling. And if you have any questions for Jada, Jada, I don't know if while people are popping questions into the chat, if you want to just briefly describe the Salvador Memory Project that you're currently still working on in memorializing these war sites and people's memories, but also the length of time that you've been doing this research. So maybe you could start off with that. How long have you been doing this research?
So thank you for some of the points you were raising in terms of the experience and the safety concerns. So when I moved to El Salvador 5 years ago, I wasn't yet working in this project, and I was struck by the many recommendations I received concerning my safety and my well-being, but nobody would ever talk to me about, the mental health effects on, oh, you gotta stay home all the time. You can never go alone anywhere. You cannot have access to all these spaces. And for me, it was really surprising coming from a country that is, relatively safe like Italy. But then starting to work with this project, I got to know more and more the reality of a country that has never properly healed from the Civil War legacy. A legacy that has been, interestingly enough, or not surprisingly, I should say, been really affected by the interference of the US, who was actually funding with millions and millions every day for many years the warfare operations in El Salvador, and today has been the training school for many of the gang leaders. So our project works with historical memory because, again, the Civil War trauma is still affecting a lot of Salvadorans, people who lived during those days, but also their family who have to live through the trauma, the fear, the anxiety, the vulnerability. And so while we start with historical memory as the main focus of many initiatives that include commemorations, documenting testimonies, and art practices to heal, it is important to see also a common thread that is affecting the daily life and the reality of many Salvadorans. So what is being told many times from our participants, the survivors that join our workshops, that join our conversation, is that today feels just like back then. 40 years ago, the same type of fear and anxiety, not feeling safe, living their own community, and even times looking at other members of their own community with distrust and suspicion, because they never know who might report you to the police for whatever reason, and then you might end up in jail for 2 weeks with no food provided, no access to legal counseling. So the teachings we get in this project, that is mostly an academic investigation, I think truly applies to not only heal those wounds from 40, 35, 30 years ago, but also try to approach the safety and a common concern about the well-being of the youth in El Salvador, who's really vulnerable. A lot of them are fleeing, and we know this has been a particularly relevant case since 2018 with the many migrant caravans of people literally walking from Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala just to flee. So even the level of desperation and anxiety that one has to feel in order to go through that journey, it truly speaks to how the government has been really neglectful and has not really ensured safe conditions for children and the youth to grow and understand the legacy of the Civil War, but also transition to a real democratic process. A lot of the work that has been done is trying to strengthen democratic institutions, but it's not really been effective. So a lot of the civil rights of the country are still deeply impacted by policies which really disregards human rights of its citizens and make it a country where it's really hard to work, study, live in safety and tranquility.
Thank you so much, Jada. I know that there are a few comments growing in the chat, and apart from the difficulty or the sadness and the concern that people are expressing, which is no small feat, because it's almost like you're witnessing and hearing about this, you're feeling a certain level of trauma yourself. And you yourself discussed how people were concerned about the work that you were doing in this field, how you were feeling, what trauma you were experiencing. So I know that there are some specific comments that that people would like to make, and not wanting to speak for them, I would definitely encourage you to raise your hands or wave. And then just come off mic and ask the questions you'd like to ask, because I think sometimes our first impressions are, wow, this is how I feel, and now I don't know if there's any specific questions that people would like to make and ask directly to Jada. Feel free to do so.
Hi, Jada. My name's Julia. Nice to meet you. And what you're talking about is actually, it's relevant to what I'll be talking about too. And something that has been a really pressing concern on the minds of a lot of people in the US right now, not only because of what we see globally happening, but what we see happening to our teens here in the US as a result of COVID. And I know it's something that's hit my home very closely. It's hit many of my clients' homes very closely. This idea of the lasting impact of trauma and in our lack of training and access to help around how to process it. And so it's interesting to hear that, the stress and the trauma and the stuff that you're investigating there, in a very, very different sense. There is ways to relate to it here in the US, and it's something that is definitely a topic of conversation of most parents I know these days. I'm curious in a lot of my research around helping people learn how to thrive in uncertainty and navigate very tumultuous changing waters. Have you ever come across, I put the name in the chat, James Gordon's book, Transforming Trauma?
Yeah, I never had the opportunity of reading it, but somebody already mentioned to me in the past. So
it's an amazing book, and he actually works very specifically with exactly the population that you're talking about, building programs, walking into war-torn areas, and doing exactly what you're talking about, figuring out ways to help these people get through the trauma of the past and also the current situations that they're in. And a lot of the stuff that he's talking about, I'm actually trying to integrate into my own programs. So I highly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, and thank you so much, because also, I mean, you mentioned a lot of interesting things, and I would want to reiterate that the daily experience of many of the participants that we work with, and even mine, for 5 years in this country, is that there's so much concern about survival, and their physical health. The mental health is seen as a luxury. So oftentimes the reason why there's a stigma is also that people simply don't have the opportunity to even think about it. And in terms of the differences that you are already highlighting with the American context and the similarities, I would also like to highlight the collective component. A lot of the places where we are working at are communities. And so a lot of our initiatives have to be community-based, and it's always like a very rewarding experience. It's lovely to see the sense of collectivity that comes across in many endeavors. It can be good for mental health support sometimes, I think, in the sense you don't feel alone, but oftentimes it's also detrimental, because we know cases of people that simply feel that if they share something with a mental health a practitioner, a psychologist, more or less people would know about it. And so this lack of privacy oftentimes is also seen as a threat and a barrier to even open up. And communities are really small, news travel really fast. So what is seen as good on one side, like the accompaniment in many processes, in this case is really actually a challenge that one has to face. And it's not really easy to shift to more individual, for example, session, or like even just a conversation with somebody who's dealing with mental health issues.
Thanks so much for that observation and for that reference, Julia. Transforming Trauma: The Path to Hope and Healing by James Gordon, MD. There's another resource that Rob put in there, Trauma and Recovery by Juice Berman. So, you know, as many resources as you want to provide, feel free to do so. I did notice that there was a question that Lauren had with regard to applying the principles of the Grey Swan Guild to person-to-person trauma healing. Great idea. Let's start something that way. So maybe we can connect you with Jada and anyone else who'd like to join the fray and see what we can do. I know that Denise had a question here with regard to epigenetic trauma. And thanks for the link there. So the question is, can trauma be passed down from one generation to the next? There's some pretty strong evidence that parental trauma, like extreme stress, we're looking right at you, coronavirus, can alter how genes are passed down. And I completely agree with you. I'm particularly interested in epigenetics myself. And just looking at emotional trauma, our traumas are passed down to us through our behaviors and our interactions with one another, in addition to our genetic expression from not only what we've inherited genetically directly from the genetic material from our parents or progenitors, but also our environmental factors do affect the transmission of those genes and modify which switches get turned on and off. I've had lengthy discussions of that with my cousin, who's a geneticist at Harvard. So I'm sure we can find some books that talk about epigenetic traits that are passed down that include also trauma. But in terms of social trauma, I'm thinking immediately about some of the trauma that's inflicted upon our Indigenous peoples in Canada, and any Indigenous peoples anywhere where there has been forcible, coercion or co-option of their culture, or denial of their culture, or the value of their personhood, or denial of a basic, human rights. So we're living that terrible trauma, transgenerational trauma in Canada. Just thinking about all of the children that were recently exhumed, and again, re-traumatizing more generations of those who knew that residential school traumas had been inflicted and crimes had been inflicted. And while some friends of mine indicate they feel vindicated, at the same time they mourn the loss of these people, and they need to memorialize their lives, because to show that they existed and this happened to them. So it's a generation upon generation upon generation of historic memory and trauma, and that has affected how people move forward and parent. So many social problems that exist in our society. And I'm just thinking in terms of Canada and the things that are reported on with regard to our Indigenous peoples, that are not just limited to our Indigenous peoples, but affect the way that they interact with the rest of society and how others see them and place value on their experience and on the validity of their culture in North American white society, which is terrible, the discrimination that they feel. So trauma, transgenerational trauma, epigenetic trauma is a real thing. Now, I think James has a comment. Would you like to just come off mic and say what you'd like to say?
Hello, everybody. Sorry to interject, and good to see you, Rob. Long time no see. And
glad to have you.
Yes, great presentation. And like I say, I'm not trained in this area myself, but I do work with a lot of technology companies, and I recently had the opportunity to meet the founders from a company called SciMood, and I put some information in the chat. Basically, what SciMood did was, there's two immigrants from Brazil who went through mental health challenges themselves, and they saw that they were trying to look for mental health services here in Canada. and they had a hard time finding it in their own native language. So they came up with a platform and they created it. And what they're doing, and they're still early stage, they're about 1.5 years, 2 years in, but they're making great traction, and their therapists come from all over the world. But basically they're connecting people who need mental health services to therapists that can speak their language, because mental health is such a prevalent thing, especially today coming out of the pandemic and all the things going on around the world. They saw a need for people because it's hard enough to speak about and talk to therapists in like your native language, let alone in another language if you're in another country. So I just wanted to put that in there. If anybody needs to be connected to those founders, I'd be happy to make that connection happen. But I just kind of wanted to throw that out, and a great subject to be talking about because it's very important.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Yes.
I'm wondering what other languages that it's available in.
If you go to their website and you look at therapists, it shows the therapists where they come from. And one of the challenges, I think, for many countries that are outside of Canada is I see the fees that I'm just looking at their website because I hadn't seen it in a while. But the fees are obviously based on Canadian standards and Canadian fees. But I can't help but think if there's the right organization or the right support system out there that could help subsidize the fees in some way, that this is a good conduit to connect people that are providing services of mental health with people who need them. And I don't think it needs to be regionally centered around Canada or people that have immigrated to Canada. I think with the right support systems, I think it would be an easy way to connect people if the connections were made. But through their website, you can take it offline and have a look at some of the therapists that they have. I know they have. The last checked, I think they're up to 100 or more, and they're growing very quickly. I see them on LinkedIn always bringing people on from around the world.
That's great. Wow, that's great under any circumstances. So that's one for El Salvador, one for the Ukraine, one for us. Anywhere where you're in contact, and I mean, I guess the whole world is in contact. We've had to deal with different degrees of trauma due to confinement and illness and upheavals due to the coronavirus. So I think we all need to have to legitimize the need for mental health services so that we can become whole societies. I do want to point out just one resource that we've come across and that I pointed out to Jadeb prior to this, called the Audacious Project by TED, and they've run a cohort. And right now the cohort involves Glasswing International, and they're actually on the ground in the Tri-Country area in Central America, looking at community-based solutions where they're involving young people in community partnerships like mentorship and whatnot. And so through the trainings, what they're doing is they're noticing that through the trainings of how to work with other young children and other people in the community, should they then experience trauma or violence, then they're less likely to react in a violent manner. So there was one example of that the CEO of the Glasswing mentioned that they had done some mentorship with this young man in a school setting, and then one day that young man went to school as a paid position, part-time even, but a paid position. He received the training to undo some of the traumatic experiences that he's had, and then he received a notification one day that a gang member had killed his sister, and he rushed home to verify that. And then he stopped himself from getting out the gun that was in his room to go and kill that gang member. So the training that he'd had before in addressing and acknowledging his feelings and trying to learn healthier ways of addressing conflicting and traumatic experiences allowed him to make a better choice. So that's one of the examples that's given by this Glasswing International Audacious Project case study that was mentioned. So I think a lot of community-based solutions to engage people in alternate reactions and alternate ways of dealing with your emotions and you know, acting in positive ways that are better for society also do allow, you know, for more mental health services and healing. Now, last call for any comments before we have to go. Our time is up. We have 3 minutes left. Any last ideas or comments? We really welcome everybody here. You are welcome to place them in the chat. We'll be saving the chat for later on as well. And if there's anyone who would like to, you know, connect with myself or with Jada or anyone with regard to the work that she's doing, then please feel free to do so. We're both on LinkedIn. And, you know, Rob knows how to reach us. And so this has been a real joy to, even though it's a difficult situation, to connect with you. I know that Jada probably has some last words too.
Mostly want to thank her for the suggestions, the shared resources. I think is always important, especially because I find that, you know, our project is pretty extensive, but the mental health team is the one that's had more challenges to even start working because they come from different backgrounds, different schools, different languages sometimes. And so because it's such a delicate work, I mean, everything is obviously like it requires the proper training and sensitivity, but of all the initiatives we're working with, mental health is definitely the most challenging. I think it's important to really take into account all these different resources and try to come up with something that is comprehensive, holistic, and it's really not easy for some of the things we've been mentioning so far during the Q&A session and the presentation as well. And so I think it's really important to foster this intercultural dialogue, and we're really trying to be as decolonial as possible, although we know that even decolonization as a practice is oftentimes replicating certain structures, certain barriers in access to, in this case, mental health services. So we're trying to do our best. The funding we have is for 7 years, so we are optimistic that trial and error process in the 7 years, we can really try to make an impact in the communities we work with and facilitate and train people so that efforts can be replicated. That is that when the project is done and over with, work on mental health will still continue and more people will feel safe enough to access those services if they still require them, or in general, the stigma is gonna be not as strong. I really like the discussion about intergenerational trauma. Just wanted to mention that oftentimes when we talk with survivors, no matter their experience, their children are suffering, whether they never asked about what happened during the war, whether their parents don't feel comfortable or they share a lot. It's always a point of division. And I think it's interesting to also analyze it from a access to information perspective, with many Salvadorans still not believing that what happened during the Civil War was true, thinking that a lot of the survivors with whom we work, they were exaggerating or making up things. And so there's a lot of even invalidation of the trauma you're experiencing, which is like another layer of violence. And this affects some families sometimes, especially spread out in different departments of the country. Today, that is a little harder to deny because information is much more available and accessible. So no one can deny the stress that the youth especially is going through with the affiliation to gangs or like gang-ridden neighborhoods where they live. So it's a little different in the sense that you won't be invalidated if you feel unsafe, but it's still a different, it's still a trauma that goes through family and anxiety issues. Even the idea of letting your kid go to school can be a source of incredible anxiety, and it just feels like, again, like a repetition of what was lived 40 years ago, and that has never been properly addressed. And so it's, again, a particularly painful repetition for parents to see their children go through what they went through when they were their age many, many years ago.
Thank you so much, Jada. You know, it's been really, really insightful. Thank you, everyone, for your time. And we've gone over a little bit of time here. This is, you know, this is a topic we could go on forever, and then maybe we'll have Jada come back for a part 2 as to how it, you know, unfolds and what her, you know, what she's seen in the intervening time. So thank you again. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and your willingness to open your heart to the situation. And, you know, we're just going to continue on with the next presentation. And I'm just going to share my screen again. It's Bridging Divides by Challenging Beliefs, Learning to Collaborate in a VUCA World. So Julia is up next. I'm going to reset the room. Those of you who want to stay, please stay. And those who need to go, thank you for coming. So with that said, thank you again, Jada, and thank you everyone for listening to our Trauma-Informed Mental Health Services Global and Regional Futures of Prioritizing Them. And Rob, if you'd like to just stop.
Stopped.
Thanks again, everyone. Julia, I'm just going to set up, I don't have your presentation, but I can certainly do anything that you need me to do with regard to this. Rob, I don't know if you want to go ahead.